shaking. Gonna make my way over without a doubt. Ooh la la, I'm thinking. When you talk, I wanna hear my name. What's your name? I'd like to call you up on the telephone. What's your game? I know I've never ever felt this way. I can't help but feel the way I do. Feeling my insides falling. All the things I do for you, but only if she calls me. What's your name? I'd like to call you up on the telephone. What's your game? I know I've never ever felt this way.
sorry. I've spent about 5 to 6 hours today on the phone. A lot of yapping. That's why I was also late. And I was like, fuck. I don't know if I'm gonna stream, but I'm going out of town on Thursday. But I've just talked so much today. All I've done is yippity yap. Yeah. But now I'm here to yap some more. Beth, thank you for the 18 months. 18 down, 18 to go. Yeah, that's right. It's like if you have a kid and you think you're done once they reach 18. No, you're not. No, you are not. Anyway, I hope everyone's doing splendidly. Hope you're doing well. This Monday, it's raining again in LA. Feels very depressing right now. I have my first day of my new work as a librarian tomorrow. I'm so anxious but excited. What a lovely job. Good luck. I miss libraries. I miss going to libraries. You know, I was actually, when I was thinking about what I was going to do on stream tonight, a lot of things rumbling around in my brain right now. But one of those things was the idea of like the loss of third places. Like libraries, cafes. I actually found a video on YouTube about this exact thing. So I was like, oh, maybe we'll take a look at that. What is Beans doing? Did you see his little booty? Farley. AKA Beans. I don't know. Will gets back in a little bit, so Dad returns. All will be right in the world of Beans. I like this mix of songs. Well, I was not feeling particularly joyful today. So I wanted something. I've listened to this song a lot. What do we have next? Ironically, the next song on this playlist is Happiness. Happiness. Yeah. You know, I felt really great after stream last night. Had a really fun stream. Dinner and a movie. And I ended stream. And I was going to clean my kitchen, but I was like, oh, I'll just check. Do all my checking of email, Twitter, all the things. And I saw the news on Aaron Bushnell, which had happened earlier in the day, yesterday, but I didn't see it. Because of the stupid fucking discourse about who's got a harder life. Someone who works on an oil rig or a streamer. And I saw that and it was like, I mean, devastating. And just is sickening. That's not directed at Aaron. Like, it's incredibly tragic what he resorted to, but just sickening that like that's the place that we're in. Yeah. So, I don't know. And so I didn't even get to cleaning my kitchen until about 4 in the morning because I was just sitting on the couch catching up on what had happened. I was like, my God. Was that really streamed on Twitch? I had seen something like that. I did a live stream. I didn't know for sure if it was actually on Twitch. Man, I don't know. This is... It was truly one of those that I saw and I went, I don't even have anything. I have nothing I have nothing to say here besides just my God. I just kept saying my God, like out loud. Watching the video, listening to that audio, which will literally never leave my brain. Never. Just my God. My God. Yeah, sorry. I know not everybody probably knows what happened. I'm planning to talk about it, of course, and I just started off with that. But Aaron Bushnell, who was a U.S. airman, he self-immolated, set himself on fire outside of the Israeli embassy in Washington to protest the genocide in Palestine, to, try and get some attention on the matter and get a fucking ceasefire. And just, self-immolation is one of the most extreme forms of protest. He's not the first person to do it. I wish we lived in a world where he is the last, that this is not something that people feel reduced to do as a way of ultimate compassion for whatever they're trying to draw attention to. It is incredibly extreme. I do feel the need to just say I don't encourage, I don't condone, like, please don't. This feels unnecessary, but also a little necessary of, like, I think in honoring Aaron and recognizing that, like, that is not something that should be encouraged because it is so extreme. And yeah, I just want to make that clear. The audio is something that will haunt my fucking dreams forever. Forever. Yeah, he was 25 years old. He was of sound mind. There is no, as much as he's being painted as mentally ill, classic. This is not about mental illness. And ultimately, I know it seems confusing, but self-immolation is not. It's not necessarily regarded as suicide as somebody who wants to take their life. It's somebody who does that because it's the most violent, non-violent type of action, type of protest that they can do. People who kill themselves in a very explicitly gruesome way, but choosing to do this as a public statement, as like it's supposed to be shocking. It's supposed to bring attention to the cause. Yeah, it's many people look at it as a form of martyrdom. Juan Rapizo, thank you for the 3 months, and Grayson, thank you for the 15. Yeah, it's he's also not the first person to do this as a way to bring attention to the Palestinian cause. There was also a protester, what was it, in December? I think in Atlanta, that was totally buried. It's heroic martyrdom and valid protest method, but not recommended, obviously. Yeah. I think I think it gets tricky to talk about. I'm just trying to be very sensitive about it. Where when we talk about it being martyrdom, that like it's not something that is at all encouraged. Not in a martyrdom like he was a selfless hero. But I think the term hero can I don't know, it can produce this feeling of like, oh, that is something that you should do. Like, that person was a hero. We should all ascribe to be like that. I think that we should all stand on our fucking morals and do the right thing. But obviously, self-immolation is something that is the most extreme version of that. And is not the thing that we should that I guess should be normalizes like, okay, well, if this isn't working, then this is what we have to do. I think when we discuss martyrdom, we're not necessarily encouraging it, but honoring the memory. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. We should not encourage it for the notoriety. This has to be a very personal choice that should not be taken lightly. We would all love to have Aaron with us now, but that was his choice. We gotta respect it. Yes. Oh, sorry to start the stream off like this, but my God, I mean, if you've listened to that audio, if you've seen that video, it is haunting. I obviously I can't play any of it here, and I wouldn't anyway. It is available online. The reporter who was breaking this story, Talia Jane, had permission. She waited until she had permission from the family to release this video because that is what Aaron wanted. That is the reason why he streamed himself, because he knew if he did not do that, this would have been buried, just like the other protester who self-immolated. It would have been totally buried by the media. It would have had no attention whatsoever. And so he absolutely knew what he was doing here. He was of sound mind. He planned this precisely so that it could have maximum effect. I haven't purposely been on Twitter all day. I can't watch it. Yeah, it's one of the hardest things that I think I've ever seen. Like, hardest things to have watched. No, and knowing what I was going to see, and yet hearing him, he was screaming the words "Free Palestine" until his body physically gave out. Like he screamed it about 4 or 5 times and then could no longer. So he went live, he was live streaming this. I don't know for sure if this was on Twitch, but the first words that he said in his live stream are, "I am about to commit an extreme form of protest." And then, of course, you have publications like HuffPost. Officials did not say whether the self-immolation was a form of protest. Well, good thing that Aaron fucking recorded it and said in his own words, because he knew that this is how what it would be turned into. By mainstream journalism of like, oh yeah, no, we don't know what's going on here, or like this. Wait, sorry. A man set himself on fire outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, the police said. Not just the headline, this entire New York Times article on the man, on Aaron, who self-immolated, does mention his comments that he can no longer be complicit in genocide, not once. That is what he said. Fuck. Okay. Farley, I'm coming. Not once. It does not mention any direct connection between his action and Israel's genocide in Gaza. This was the common thing that I saw with mainstream media covering this. Now, we're going to watch this CNN clip where they do fucking talk about it and why he did what he did. But it's like no mention of why he set himself on fire. Jas, thank you for the 12 months. He'll be forgotten by tomorrow, ways of life of a war thousands of miles away. So I was thinking about this because I think the thing that separates, I think the thing that people like Aaron and the man who was protesting climate change, who set himself on fire, and the man who also self-immolated last December to protest what's happening in Palestine. I think what it is that these people believe that there is still humanity, that like this world still retains a soul, so that their actions will not be in vain. Like they believe this, and that's why they do that. Versus, you know, a lot of us who have succumbed to just total cynicism. And I'm not saying that we're wrong. Like, I'm not saying anybody's wrong here, but being so cynical, you know, kind of, nihilistic in thinking that something like that won't make a difference. And that is why, that is one reason why a lot of people would never do something like this. Would never, obviously this is very extreme. People wouldn't do this for many reasons, but that being one. But someone like Aaron believes so deeply that there is still humanity and that can win at the end of the day. And so his hope is that he can do something. He can sacrifice himself in order to move the ball in the right direction, in order to achieve what he and so many others want to see in this world, but that he won't be around to see it happen. Yeah, we can't brush off protests, even the most extreme. We have to listen to why someone would go that far. Exactly. And I think that this is not just something for the Biden administration. This is not just something for the politicians and the officials in this country who are ignoring the calls for ceasefire, who are engaged in this, complicity of this genocide. It's not just those people. It's for all of us. It's for those who are against this, war and want to see Palestine free, but have felt, I don't know, I mean, maybe a desensitization, or we just have not been doing, we haven't been doing as much as we can do, or we have just given up. It is something for everyone, and it's so tragic. It's so tragic, but what we have to do is honor someone like Aaron by picking up the work, by making sure that we can do everything possible so that this isn't in total vain. That his life was not lost for nothing. Who the fuck wants to commit suicide? Right. I mean, this is an incredibly painful way of dying. There's a reason why fire is used, why self-immolation is the form of protest. Thank God Aaron made his intentions, thankfully Aaron made his intentions crystal clear. Yes, yeah. Aaron was very clear in who he was, what he believed in, and why he did what he did. This was not a mentally ill man. This was not someone who was suicidal. There's a difference there. A suicidal person versus someone who chooses one of the most extreme forms of protest due to their compassion for a cause. So this is a Facebook post of his. Many of us like to ask ourselves, what would I do if I was alive during slavery or the Jim Crow South or apartheid? What would I do if my country was committing genocide? The answer is you're doing it right now. And he specifically wore his uniform. Yes. A white U.S. airman doing it is very symbolic, something the media can't label as. He also knew that as a white man, and a white man wearing the uniform of the United States military, he was in the Air Force, but military uniform, that would be the best chance of there being attention on it. This is from the New Yorker. Fire is the most dreaded of all forms of death. So the sight of someone setting themselves on fire is simultaneously an assertion of intolerability and, frankly, of moral superiority. You say, I would never have the guts to do that. It's not that he's trying to tell me something, but that he's commanding me. This isn't insanity. It's a terrible act of reason. Yeah. Time wants you to know that Aaron Bushnell's self-immolation was against the rules. Just so you know. So if he had survived, we could have made sure he was properly punished for that. Just like the officer who had the gun on him the entire time as he was burning to death. As he was on the ground, not moving. It's probably easier if I just show... let me just check this first. Oh my god. Yeah, here. And in the background, in the audio, you hear a first responder saying, I don't need guns. I need, fire extinguishers. I don't need guns. I need fire extinguishers. Why are you doing this? Defense Department policy states that service members on active duty should not engage in partisan political activity. Oh, okay, thank you. So it's heroic if you die, if you sacrifice yourself for your country's interests. So you go overseas, you die in, you die in the Middle East. You died in Vietnam, you died in Korea. That is heroic, and that's A-okay. No politics involved there at all. Yeah, no political activity there, just heroism. But God forbid you do something in protest of your country. In protest of what your country does because of their interests. Like supporting Israel unconditionally. God forbid you stand up to that. That is not heroic. That is not sacrifice. Military regulations also prohibit wearing the uniform during unofficial public speeches, interviews, picket lines, marches, rallies, or any public demonstration which may imply sanction or endorsement by the Defense Department or the military service. That's so interesting because of the number of people in the military who are in groups like Proud Boys, who have ties to white supremacy. It's like, oh, now we care about the politics. Okay. Yeah, we know Time. He wore his uniform intentionally. Everything he did was intentional. Some have been trying to pathologize Bushnell's self-sacrifice, but we're supposed to act like it's totally rational and healthy for reporters and editors to respond to a story like this by looking up and quoting the Pentagon's regulations on wearing the uniform to a public demonstration. Spot on. Why is this normal? It's not. Why is Time magazine bothering to include what the policy is on those in the military, on the military regulations? My God. I mean, at this point, you cannot say that mainstream media is not totally complicit in all of the horrors that are being committed overseas that we have a hand in. Right? Like this is not a new concept that mainstream media is complicit, that they help to enable this, but it has been so apparent in the last 6 months. There was also like this I saw this tweet. Why did he do it? 4 major news outlets have almost the exact same headline for the self-immolation of 25-year-old Aaron Bushnell. Not one of them mentioned the word Gaza or genocide, the reason for Aaron's protest, or the word Palestine, his last words spoken. Like, when I was looking this up last night, I had to scroll pretty far down in the Google searches, and I can't remember what publication it was. It certainly wasn't U.S. mainstream media publication. But for them in the headline to mention Palestine, or like why this happened. The only reason we know Aaron Bushnell's name is because he streamed what he did. The story of the last person who self-immolated over Gaza was just buried. What a world where the genocide happens, where self-immolations happen, and where they're covered up. The only reason we know of Aaron Bushnell is because an indie journalist, Talia Jane, got a hold of the video on Twitch. Okay, so it was Twitch before it was taken down. She verified it, posted it with the family's consent. Real journalists exist, just not in the mainstream. A U.S. serviceman self-immolating in front of the Israeli embassy in protest of the Gaza genocide while a first responder screams at police to stop pointing their guns at his burning body and go grab fire extinguishers just might be the most American thing that has ever happened. Really, it is a snapshot of America. So... sorry, I know we kind of jumped right into that, and we're just gonna keep going because I just have no... I don't know. I have no intro for the stream today. That has just been so much on my mind. And then juxtaposing that with the Spirit Awards last night, and we're going to talk about the Spirit Awards. The Spirit Awards are an award show that honor independent film and television. And there was a protester, there were a couple protesters, even though they keep trying to be like, it was one guy, there were a couple, and they had a megaphone and were disrupting. It was the first award show that has been disrupted. And I feel like I need to say, and I don't know if I've made this clear, in my awards coverage, that I love award shows and I love covering them on stream, and I hope I've been clear, though, that it is harder this year to kind of have cognitive dissonance and ignore the fact that hardly anybody has talked about Palestine. And it is a very... it is a very noticeable silence because award shows throughout history have been used to draw attention to causes. And for 2 years, celebrities had no problems at award shows talking about Ukraine and expressing their support for Ukraine and condemning Russia. I mean, they had fucking Zelensky at multiple award shows, the Globes, the Grammys, I think even something at the Oscars, or maybe it wasn't the Oscars, whatever, where they had him up on the screen giving a speech that everyone applauded for and wore their ribbons. It is intentional that Palestine is not being mentioned. It is intentional. Of course it is. There is no excuse for it. There is no like, oh, well, it's award shows. Or, yes, it doesn't mean that these celebrities don't care, but, you know, it's a separate thing. No, it is not. No, it is not. I have covered so many Oscar controversies on stream of celebrities who used one of the biggest shows, at least it used to be, in the world where millions would tune in, to bring attention to an important cause. And so, you know, I am very appreciative of people like Rami Youssef, who had the fucking balls to call for a ceasefire, you know, to talk about Palestine. And there were a couple moments from last night that from the Spirit Awards last night in particular that I want to look at, but it's been I shouldn't be surprised. I'm not surprised, but I'm disgusted. This is the first award show that has been successfully disrupted by a Palestinian protester. And the responses to it are, well, a lot of people who just ignored the elephant in the room, but then other ones who made a joke of it. And then seeing it being talked about in the in the Hollywood trades and any publication that covered the Spirit Awards, and it disgusts me. I feel like a lot of people just don't understand it, so they don't want to say something. I don't know. That's not it. That's not it. It is bare minimum to call for a ceasefire. It's not good enough anymore. You know, this has not just been something that's been going on since October. I mean, this onslaught against Palestinians, 30,000 plus whom are dead, that has been going on since October, but this has been going on for a long time. A long time. And I know it's not that because of the cases in Hollywood like a Melissa Barrera, where those who have spoken out, the few who have spoken out, have swiftly seen consequences. So on the one hand, I know why so many people are staying silent on it, even when they talked, even when they expressed support for Ukraine, because that was acceptable. But on the other hand, it's like, you can't even call for a ceasefire. We're not even saying, I mean, yes, we are, but it's not even like a get up on stage and say free, free Palestine. It's a call for a fucking ceasefire. Demand Joe Biden support a ceasefire. Like the majority of people in this country want. Did you check the Berlinale Award with the documentary No Other Land? I don't know if you covered yesterday. No, I didn't. Word. Oh my God. You know what? I did mean to cover this. I saw this. We're going to look at this. Yeah. And he's receiving death threats now. So I don't know. I do feel torn where I know what the consequences are. They've happened to me. Like the death threats, the threats to your career, losing sponsors, stuff like that. And then I see what happens to actors like Melissa Barrera, filmmakers like Yuval Abraham. And I see these things, but it's like we're at a point where there's power in numbers. There's power in numbers. We have to realize that. So if more people called for a ceasefire publicly, it would mean that it would be safer to do so. But the more people who are afraid to do so, leaving those who have the conviction to say those words, leaving them alone to fend for themselves, then it makes it so hard. RJ, thank you for the 5 months. And look, when I mentioned Rami, of course there are more actors, Marsha Cross, yes, who have been incredible in their outspokenness. But award season has been incredibly quiet. It's been crickets. And it's astounding that last night of all the award shows, and the one that was actually disrupted, that people were still too cowardly to acknowledge when you could hear free, free Palestine in the show. It literally is just like, oh. What? Sorry, I don't hear anything. I don't know. I hear nothing. Look, we know collective action, collective solidarity is when we are at our strongest, is when it makes it possible to get the change that we desire. It doesn't happen without all of us together. We have to be in solidarity. So like, I don't know. I mean, and some might be like, well, it's easier said when you're not in that position. Like, well, why would an actor who's competing for the Oscars risk pissing off Oscars voters or risk hurting their career right when they're in the prime of it? Like, you've never been in that position. Okay. Yes. But then what when will this ever happen then? Like, people who have the biggest platforms in the world, if they don't use that, if they don't use that platform and opportunities like at award shows to call for a ceasefire, when that has historically been something that award shows are used for, I don't know. Saw a podcast with Katie Halper, Matt Lee, and Mate a few weeks ago that called out the Hollywood reticence to speak up. A certain part of it had to do with the anti-Semitic perception that Jews control the media. I don't think it's people in Hollywood. I don't think it's A-listers who are like, oh my God, Jews control the media, I can't say anything. It's not that. It is... Well, first of all, it's not Jews, it's Zionism, as we all know. Jews control the media is anti-Semitism. But it's the environment in Hollywood where it is still not... It is still so far from being majority pro-Palestine. And Hollywood is usually last to catch up. So the Iraq War, for instance, even though you had people like, even though you had people like Michael Moore, who very bravely went on stage and said, "Shame on you, Mr. President Bush. We do not support this war." It still was like not something that Hollywood was very open about condemning until the tide had turned in a lot of the country. Until we had reached a point where it was like most Americans, no matter your politics, were condemning this. We're condemning the war in Iraq. Realized that we had been lied to. Yeah, I mean, Hollywood is very political. It's very political. And unfortunately, the feeling, the atmosphere is that you cannot safely condemn Israel. You cannot safely support Palestine. You cannot safely call for a ceasefire. And the hope is that the tide turns where, yes, a lot of the country, but particularly people on the left, support a ceasefire, but our government officials so staunchly are supporting Israel. Even the progressives, not all of them, but like supporting Israel by not calling for a ceasefire. So they are. Elizabeth Warren. Biden saying he's hopeful for a ceasefire by next Monday while eating another fucking ice cream is so infuriating. Do you know what's interesting is I really think that if we were closer to the election, Biden would tease out a ceasefire. Tease out support for a ceasefire so that he could appease the voters who are pissed at him and are saying they're not going to vote for him. I think if we were closer to the election, that would be the case. But he's stuck in a tough spot right now because it's only February. So to call for a ceasefire means he'll have to actually mean it. That he would actually have to deliver on that. What are you going to do? Call for a ceasefire and then try and draw it out for the next 9 months? 8 months? But I can already see him, or his administration kind of playing around with that strategy by saying like, oh, I told Netanyahu, Biden privately told Netanyahu he's an asshole. He used some very strong language. Biden wants this to come to an end. Like, they're dancing around the whole ceasefire thing. They're trying to have it both ways. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to have it both ways, where he doesn't actually put conditions on the support to Israel, put conditions on to Netanyahu, where they don't actually stop, the complicity, what's happening here, but make it seem like they're not complicit. Make it seem as if they're not supporting the Israel killing thousands of children. Like, we're not doing that, but we're also not doing what we need to do to stop that. It's hard not to fall into an abyss of cynicism. Right. And that's why seeing what happened yesterday with Aaron Bushnell, like, that is a reminder for all of us. It's a reminder for all of us to not stop standing on what's right here and not not give up and give in. Here's the Biden, Here's the Biden staff statement. We mourn the loss of Aaron Bushnell, an active duty member of the U.S. Air Force who lit himself on fire in front of the Israeli embassy in D.C. because he could no longer be complicit in genocide in Gaza. Self-immolation as an act of protest is widely recognized as the most extreme form of protest possible. To publicly end a person's own life in the most violent and severe way is a stark warning for our nation. Now, 2 U.S. citizens have self-immolated over the U.S.-backed Israeli genocide in Gaza in less than 3 months. We continue to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire to end the ongoing starvation, death, and collective punishment of millions of Palestinians. President Biden, our commander-in-chief, continues to ignore staff dissent over the mass suffering caused by our leaders' complicity. President Biden has the unique power to mitigate the harms being done, not through useless back-channel conversations, but through established processes of international law and strong diplomacy. He can choose to change our current trajectory of unnecessary destruction. He can choose to condition our support to strong adherence to international humanitarian law and condemn the Israeli government's violations, which have reduced Gaza to rubble. President Biden failed Gaza by vetoing the ceasefire resolution for a 3rd time. President Biden's refusal to acknowledge the human dignity of Palestinians is unacceptable, and instead of working with the majority of the world supporting a ceasefire, he continues to sanction Palestinian bloodshed and suffering. Aaron was, quote, always trying to think about how we could actually achieve liberation for all with a smile on his face. May his sacrifice be a haunting reminder for those who refuse to change course. You know what you should do? Walk out. Those are powerful words. You should meet that with powerful action. Sincerely. Walk out. Voice your condemnation of President Biden as people who work in the Biden administration. The strongest protest you could do here is to walk out, is to quit, is to protest by showing that you too will not be complicit. Because the thing about Aaron, he said the words, "I will no longer be complicit in genocide." And he did one of the most extreme ways of demonstrating that. Very extreme way of protesting by self-immolating. But his point was, I will no longer be complicit in genocide. So for the Biden staff members who are against this, who condemn what is happening, who do not want to be complicit in genocide, you must take action. There was a report that the Air Force had been deployed on the ground a couple months ago. I wonder if Aaron was the one that was actually deployed and his not be complicit genocide was literal. I'm not sure about that. I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. He was on the dev ops side. I think the idea of like being complicit to genocide is being a part of this country that is complicit, even if we are against it, by us still, you know, he looked at it as like by still living, breathing, paying taxes, living in this country whose president is complicit, whose administration is complicit in this genocide. I will no longer do that. Isn't it illegal to just quit, though? No. What? Illegal? No. And especially if like every staff member who signed off on this letter. Chat is not saying Aaron should have quit. They're saying the White House staff. No, I know that. Are you saying to other people in chat? No, I know that. That's what I'm saying as well. Sorry, I think there's some confusion happening. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. To walk out of the military. Okay, I see. I thought you were saying... Sorry, because we're talking about the Biden staff and also Aaron Bushnell. I was referring to the staff. Walking out. Obviously, I mean, Aaron's no longer, he's no longer here. He passed away. I was saying that, that staff members who oppose what the Biden admin is doing is they should walk out. All right, let's watch this because this is... it's incredible how non-existent the bar is. But the fact that CNN read his last words live on their broadcast is an impact of what Aaron did. Because it was not about Aaron. It was about the Palestinian cause. How did we even get to leaving? I don't know. So this is because of Aaron.
In Washington, authorities identified Aaron Bushnell as the person who, on Sunday, set himself on fire. The 25-year-old was an active duty member of the U.S. Air Force. CNN's Gabe Cohen joins us now with the details. And Gabe, this is something that he did in protest.
Yeah, that's correct. And we're learning much more about this 25-year-old active duty airman, Aaron Bushnell, as you mentioned. He's from San Antonio, Texas, and he live streamed his actions on Sunday in broad daylight on the streets of D.C. outside the Israeli embassy. We are not going to show that video. It is extremely graphic and disturbing. I have watched the video. I can tell you at the beginning, at the start of it, you can see Bushnell walking up to the embassy on the street.
I mean, you can see, and of course, but you can see how affected this CNN reporter is, because that was the goal, for that act to be so graphic and violent as a way to non-violently protest, if that makes any sense. Like, it is horrific to watch. You cannot watch that. And here's the thing. If you see that and you like can't, it stops you short. That, like, it causes you to feel pain and to feel these emotions. Like, hey, that's a good sign. That means that you still have humanity. All right? So do something about it. See that humanity that's in there? Do something about it, because the more that you ignore, the less humanity that you have. Are they going to play the vid? No.
In his military fatigues, he's speaking calmly to the camera. I want to read a portion of what he says. He said, quote, "I will no longer be complicit in genocide. I am about to engage in an extreme act of protest, but compared to what people have been experiencing in Palestine at the hands of their colonizers, it is not extreme at all. This is what our ruling class has decided will be normal." He then goes on to pour some sort of accelerant, it looks like, on his head out of a water bottle he was carrying. And then he lights himself on fire, Boris. And as the flames engulf him, you can hear him yelling, free Palestine, again and again, until finally he collapses. And that is when officers, you can see them race in, one of them with a fire extinguisher in their hands, trying to put out the flames. But it takes time. And as we have learned, Bushnell died in the hospital at some point later on. And look, it really speaks to the tensions that are continuing to escalate around the war in Gaza, not just across the world, but here in the United States. We saw a similar incident in December when someone self-immolated.
And now what happened in December is being talked about. That is another effect of what Aaron did. And Aaron knowing by live streaming it and by being a white man in uniform that it would get attention. And hopefully then also bring attention to, you know, the other protester who did this, and it was totally buried. Remy, thank you for the 2 months. Not to mention, sorry. Oops. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to find that comment. Oh, I was trying to find a comment about the cop. But yeah, I think it was a comment not to mention the cop who had his gun pulled out, I'm assuming. It's
lit themselves on fire outside of the Israeli consulate in Atlanta. But this feels different. This is an active duty member of the military burning himself to death on the streets of the nation's capital.
Gabe Cohen, thanks so much for the details. Appreciate it.
Yeah. That's what it takes to have the word genocide mentioned on a place like CNN. Is Aaron doing that? So these are his last words. "I will no longer be complicit in genocide. I'm about to engage in an extreme act of protest, but compared to what people have been experiencing in Palestine at the hands of their colonizers, it's not extreme at all. This is what our ruling class has decided will be normal." The history of self-immolation as political protest. In the past, self-immolation has been used as an extreme form of protest against political leaders in Tunisia against the Arab Spring, the Vietnam War, and climate change. And Bushnell isn't the first to self-immolate in protest of the Israel-Hamas war. In December, an unidentified individual self-immolated outside of the Israeli consulate in Atlanta in what police described as likely an extreme act of political protest. "It's an act of despair," says Ralph Young, a history professor at Temple University. "You feel that there's nothing you can do or that people are willing to do, so this is the ultimate sacrifice, yourself." The practice of self-immolation dates back centuries according to ancient Hindu tales of sati, the wife of a Hindu god who got married without her father's approval. Some retellings of her life say that Sati burned herself to death on her husband's funeral pyre and are used as justification for the practice of ritual suicide that has long been banned in India. Self-immolation was also seen as a sacrificial act committed by Christian devotees who chose to be burned alive when they were being persecuted for their religion by Roman Emperor Diocletian around 300 AD. One of the first and most well-known acts of self-immolation in modern history was conducted by, I'm going to butcher this, Thich Quang Duc during the Vietnam War. The Vietnamese monk set himself on fire in Saigon in 1963 in protest of the persecution of Buddhists by the South Vietnamese government backed by the U.S. Several other monks followed his example. Wait, what's this about an AI? Something about an AI bot? Is that something I need to see? Or never mind, I'll just keep going. Quang Duc's self-immolation became one of the most enduring and haunting images of the war. The average American would have said, well, we're supporting democracy and fighting against communism. And this image of this monk choosing this terrible way to die to protest against the American government was really shocking, said Michael Biggs, associate professor of sociology at Oxford University. Some people in the U.S. also self-immolated as a means of protest during the Vietnam War, including a Quaker named Norman Morrison who set himself on fire outside the Pentagon while clinging to his child. Horrific. The tactic has not only been used to protest wars. In India in the 1960s, the practice was used in protest of the implementation of Hindi as a national language. In 2009, a Tibetan monk self-immolated in protest of Chinese rule in Tibet, in an incident that sparked mass protests in western China. Over 100 monks set themselves on fire over several years. More recently, the tactic has been used by climate activists to protest climate change. In 2018, David Buckle, a retired American lawyer, set himself on fire in Brooklyn's Prospect Park. This was such a sad story. In 2022, climate activist Wynne Ellen Bruce set himself on fire at the plaza in front of the Supreme Court. This act is not suicide, Kriti Kanko, a climate scientist and friend of Bruce, wrote on Twitter following the act. This is a deeply fearless act of compassion to bring attention to the climate crisis. It's the most violent, non-violent type of action. People are killing themselves in an explicitly gruesome way, says Jack Downey, a professor at the University of Rochester, whose research focuses on contemporary justice movements. They are choosing to end their own life as a public statement. The statement is meant to be shocking, and it is meant to articulate their level of grievance. Could you share the article? Of course. It's a very difficult concept to wrap our heads around as humans, but it's also very human. It's arguably the most compassionate thing that a human can do for other humans is giving up their life in order to, draw attention to an unjust world, to give their fellow humans a better life. And again, it is not something that we encourage. This should not be seen as the thing that we should all aspire to do. No, this is incredibly extreme for a reason. But it is important to understand it, and it is important to honor someone who sacrifices in this way so that it will not be for nothing. The most important thing is honoring that sacrifice and people understanding why this was done. It's important to focus on the purpose itself, not just the act itself. Yes, I only have emphasized this not being, something to aspire to or that I encourage simply because I am you know, I'm speaking about this online, and you are my community, and I am, you know, just wanting to be responsible with, in discussing this. I don't think this is something that every single person has to preface like their thoughts and feelings on Aaron Bushnell and what he did as a like. Please just know that don't do this. I wish there was time, or I wish I was there to stop and be able to be there to give him hope to fight any other way. I wish we had more power to end the genocide by any other means, but I wasn't there. We don't have the power. He was a hero. We have failed him. Right, because it's not about individuals. You know, it's not about like someone having been there to stop him, because he was not mentally ill. This was not him self-harming because he was suicidal. There was no like, oh, if a loved one had been there, or if you know, if even a stranger could have reached out. It wasn't that. He knew exactly what he was doing. It got to a place that he looked at this, looked at what's been going on, the nonstop bloodshed, the starvation, the diseases running rampant, the, you know, the just death everywhere in Palestine, and the complicity of the U.S. government. And when I cannot be a part of this, and I am going to do something. He said in his own words, I am going to engage in the most extreme form of protest. I will not be complicit in this genocide. It's not that all self-immolation is not new. It's one of the oldest forms of protest. Yeah, that's why I also wanted to just read this article here to give you guys an idea of the history of self-immolation. And it is not new. He is also not the first person to do this in protest of the genocide in Gaza. Man. Rest in peace, Aaron. It is something that it was incredibly hard to watch, but also to honor him, to honor his sacrifice, like never forgetting. If you've seen the audio, it's impossible to ever forget. Or sorry, if you've seen the video, heard the audio, it's impossible to forget. But like more so than that, using his sacrifice as a way to keep fighting for a better world, and specifically for a ceasefire and for the freedom of Palestinians. And to live in a world where people do not resort to self-immolation as a means of protest. Living in a world where that is not necessary. And I don't know if we'll ever live in that world, but we can just try to at least work towards that idea. Man, I will say between the streamer, the hard jobs, streamers have it easy, streamers have it hard discourse, and the comments from that, and then comments about Aaron Bushnell, I today was like, how do I quit the internet while still being on the internet for my job? Starting all the hard stuff this Monday. Damn, I know. I did say ahead of time. I was like, sorry, we're just going right into this. We are just gonna do this. Did you see his last Facebook post? Yeah, I read it on stream. It has been very bleak, very dark. Yes, indeed. Every day I feel saddened and very angry at the loss of any reasonable and charitable discourse online. I don't want to have accepted that there is no way to have conversations online anymore. That there is no way to engage with people charitably and expect that they will be charitable with you as well. It sucks. It really sucks. Everyone is so angry and hateful, and that's all they want to do. That's it. The Depths, thank you for the 4 months. It's pretty bad. And so one of the people that I was on the phone with today was Denims. I literally was on the phone all day today with various people. I was talking to Denims, and we were just having this conversation about, about everything that happened this week. And she's interesting because she has a different view on the internet than I do. I have never found the internet to be a good place. I've always maintained the internet as being mostly evil and a place that I do not think has more value than not. And she was saying how, first of all, she also just has a different attitude to like the online hate and stuff, and she finds a lot of it very funny. I was like, you're a masochist. Because she has her DMs open. I was like, I closed my DMs pretty shortly after I started streaming because of the crazy shit I would get. She has all her DMs open. She's like, oh yeah, no. I see that stuff. It makes me laugh. And anyway, she was saying, she was like, I think I grew up on the internet, and to me it was a place that was my home away from home. Like it was my online home, and I had a lot of really great experiences on the internet. So like the bad stuff of the internet, yeah, it sucks. I acknowledge that, but it's not my overall view of what the internet is. And I said to her, I was like, yeah, I mean, reason why I had hesitated to stream, one of the reasons was that I always largely had a negative view of the internet. And I also was not somebody who had very, like, my formative experiences on the internet were not so life-changing in a good way that I maintained this love for the internet, even through the bad of it, even as it's gotten, worse and worse. There's a lot of good on the internet, so away from... Yeah. I'm really trying to change my attitude because I do... My job is on the internet. I am internet person now. That is my job. And it's weird to hate something, but also love the thing that you do now. And what Twitch and the internet has given me space to be able to create, and the things that I can talk about, and create an online community. So it's a strange contrast of feelings where I don't know. I thought about the stream that I did what was it, like 2 weeks ago, where you guys all showed me things on the internet that I had never seen, that were not a part of my formative internet experiences, but that were really cool. I was like, oh my God, how did I miss this? This is amazing. I love this. And me kind of seeing how, I can see why so many people love the internet. And it was a, very special place for them to go to, and formed these communities in various spaces, especially, gaming type of communities. It's easy to forget there are other people on the other end of the internet I just, I don't know. I just always waver back and forth between fuck it, fuck them, fuck, I don't care, whatever, and genuinely wanting to get through to people. I think in my heart of hearts, I do want to get through to people because I do envision them in real life. Because all of my experiences were, for the most part of my life, were real life experiences where you just, it's a totally different setting. It's a setting that makes it possible to actually have genuine conversations and be charitable to one another, which is just not something that we seem possible of doing when it's online. A lot of the nasty people use the internet like a burner phone. I know. And so I'm at a point where I'm like, do I just accept that? Do I just accept that all these people are, there's no changing it. There's no even getting through to like a couple of them. And you know, getting them to see I am not your enemy. I am not someone who you should waste your time and energy and stew in this hatred and this anger. I don't know. Like, I know it's not going to be everyone, but every single comment section I see nowadays on my tweet or someone else's, and the few times that I'll respond and try to respond charitably, it results in nothing but a worsening. People reveal their true thoughts and feelings through the anonymity of the internet. But I wonder, like, are those their true thoughts and feelings, or is this just how they behave online? I'm not saying there's a total separation, but I do feel that, like, for instance, if one person is negative, it encourages more negativity. So there will be a pile-on. There will be a pile-on of negative comments because it feeds. They all feed off of one another. I choose to believe that most people, the way that they act online, they wouldn't be like that in the real world. I don't think that is. I don't think that is it is equivalent. Michael from Pennsylvania was talking on stream about how fascists actually love to hate. Similar thing on. I don't think I'm referring specifically to fascists. Like, I understand, you know, motherfucking fascists, Nazis, those specific people online. No, that's not who that's not who I'm referring to. Many people don't have principles. I think people are bored and don't know how to engage with people beyond argumentation. Because, like, I'm always curious. I'm always curious because the people who have an avatar Twitter account or, like, some dumbass name, I don't really picture those people in real life anyways. But it's always the ones who I'll look at their account and I'll go, what is going on here? Like, how? You don't seem... I choose to believe that you would not in real life talk to people this way. Especially people you didn't know. Hogan, thank you for the gifted online persona. It really feels that way. And the online persona being that of utter hatred and just vitriol, anger. Anonymity is a hell of a drug. Yeah. It is. But even people who have their names and their pictures, it's like this still a weird disconnect there. Like the way we talk to one another online. You know, it's not just the avatar profile pictures or the like pissing you off 21212 profile name. Use your internet persona for good fun, please. Yes, please. I kind of wish that I had spent all this time on the internet back when it seemed like the internet was fun. You, the mods, and the chat have done an amazing job of making a welcoming, loving community that here that sometimes seems to be rare in the political side of the internet and Twitch. I will say Twitch is totally different from Twitter. I think it's easier for me to reach people who maybe if this were on Twitter would be like, just shut the fuck up. You know, just a nasty quick comment or say something about me that is just so not true. Whereas on Twitch, like there is a little bit of a connection at least because here I am. You can see me, you can hear my voice, you can listen to me. And it's not just, you know, you perceiving a tweet of mine to be against you. I don't know. And it's something where I can't quit Twitter. I can't quit you. I can't quit Twitter because it is a part of my job. You know, I do use Twitter for job-related reasons. And also, I spend a lot of time on Twitter. One, because I'm mentally ill. No. I spend a lot of time on Twitter because I find a lot of things on Twitter that are interesting for me to talk about on stream. I use a lot of different sources to find content for stream, you know, what I want to talk about for stream, and Twitter is a big one for that. Okay, but do you need to scroll it for 4 hours a day? No. Why are you calling me out like that? No, you're so right. I don't need to do that. I stay away from Twitter replies. That helps. There's good. Yeah, I think staying away from Twitter replies. I think being on Twitter but not really engaging. Like I'll put my tweets, or I'll do my tweets. I will engage with things that I want to engage with, but otherwise, you know, not going deeper than that. I am aware too that I've had this conversation many times because it always feels like this. For some reason, I get amnesia. And I'll be like, you know what? I'm going to respond to this person and I'm going to be very charitable. And hopefully I'll, you know, this person will go, wow, why do I hate this woman that I don't even know based on this argument that I created in my head? This perception that I created that is not her at all. No. Every time, no. I only check Twitter to see content creator updates. I won't reply to anything because I know it's going to open the floodgates. Right, and the thing is, it doesn't matter how big your account is. Everyone is subjected to those floodgates being open by just, you know, even if your account with like 1,000 followers, 100 followers, you say free Palestine, there's gonna be shit in it. It's just that the bigger your account is, of course, the more reach, and so the more of that you're gonna get. But yeah, it affects all of us, unless you are the sane individuals in here who do not have Twitter. Raystar, thank you for the 10 months. I had to delete because my timeline was wild, not in a good way. If I were not streaming, I would have deleted Twitter at this point. In my personal life, as a non-streamer, as someone not on the internet, I would delete Twitter. Yeah, I know that there are those of you who have done that, who are not on Twitter, who've deleted their Twitters or they just don't go on, who have peace from that. You have achieved peace in that sense. It's sad though. I wish this weren't the case. I don't know. Aside from Twitch, like, what online spaces do y'all go in that still feel like a good place to be. MySpace? What, did we just travel back in time? Is it 2006 again? My Discord server? That's good. But I guess, okay, things that are not to do with my stream. So the Discord and my stream I kind of count as a space. As one space. Tumblr? Is that real or are you guys memeing? Because I know Tumblr kind of came back, but I didn't think people were using it. I browse Reddit a lot. You have to stay away from a lot of subreddits that are super toxic. Oh my god, yeah. Yes. Tumblr is still real for me. A lot of spaces have broken down because of capitalists. It just, that's what's sad, is that I was not in those spaces in the early days of the internet. That I know a lot of you, you were there, and it was a better place to be. I haven't used Threads. I also got a Blue Sky account, and then I didn't use that either. It's hard when you get used to something, even when it's incredibly toxic. I love Google News. I'm on Google News every single day. I think if Threads was as popular as Twitter, you wouldn't see nearly as many freaks. You mean as many freaks on Twitter? What is your Blue Sky? It's literally not even worth me trying. I don't even remember what it is, but it's not worth me saying, because I got an account, but I've never posted anything. I've never been on it. It wasn't as good as we remember. Nostalgia erases a lot of the bad stuff. Yeah, that's true. But I feel like the bad stuff was there was a space on the internet that was specifically the bad stuff. I mean, not even 4chan started off bad, but you know what I mean. The sites where it was like, oh, this is the bad internet stuff. Versus now, everything feels tainted. And a lot of that is because everything has... the internet has just become so commodified and destroyed by pathetic, sad billionaires. Bad internet is now mainstream. Right. That's how it feels. Because it was more hidden in the pre-Musk era. Yeah, I mean, look, y'all, one of the reasons that Twitter is the way it is now is because of the monetization. If you can make $30 off of being a reply guy or a drama farmer, a drama baiter, then that's what they're gonna do. All the blue checks. I feel like there's a lot of hidden bad stuff, the way Tumblr perpetuated a lot of eating disorders. Yeah, that was just the culture, though. Society at large, when Tumblr was in its heyday. You know what? I actually saw this photo of Britney Spears. This 15-year-old photo of Britney Spears, and the tweet was, the reason for the body positivity movement was because this used to be considered fat. It was a very fit Britney Spears performing on stage, and yes, that was considered fat. If anyone can find that, you can link that, because I'll pull it up. But right, so I think the eating disorder spaces on platforms like Tumblr were just society in general. So even if you touched grass, if you were not online, oh yeah, thank you Mostly Dumb, that shit was everywhere. I've talked about this. We were doing the Special K diet in high school, where you just ate sugary cereal. Everything was about dieting. Everything was about being skinny. I remember this was considered fat. Disgustingly fat. Like, if you go back and look at People Magazine, In Touch, 17, all those magazines, every cover would be like, oh, guess who's gained 20 pounds, or guess who's gotten, you know, who looks like a whale now. That was just so normalized. The Jessica Simpson hate, oh my God. Jessica Simpson is a perfect example, is really the epitome of this culture. How much the conversation about Jessica Simpson was in regards to her being very fat, which she was not. But it was like, and it was not just, oh, Jessica Simpson's gained weight. It was so cruel and it was so normalized. Honestly, I'm a straight guy. I have an eating disorder from growing up in that era. So many eating disorders. It was weird too, because looking back on high school, I realized how many girls had eating disorders, and some guys too, but it was like a normal thing. We never would have seen it as an eating disorder. Oh, you're just going to eat cereal? You're going to eat 2 bowls of sugary cereal because it's a Special K diet and that's all you're going to eat? Like, what? Oh, I'm 15 years old and I'm just going to drink lemon with ginger water because fat? I had friends whose moms would put them on weight, like girls who were this size. Girls who were this size in high school being put on Weight Watchers, on Atkins. Eating disorder was even romanticized. Yeah. The fucking Kate Moss quote, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. You could not escape that quote. She didn't originate this, but she first publicly used the quote in a 2009 interview with Women's Wear Daily, where she stated it was one of her mantras. I was in high school at the time. The quote was immediately controversial. She subsequently used for pro-anorexia purposes. Moss later stated she regretted using the phrase. But you literally could not escape this. I was a junior in high school. Nothing tastes as good as skinny feels was like the national anthem. And then in college as well. A girl in my class would faint multiple times for not eating enough in the 5th grade. Horrific. But yeah, it was like the Kate Moss, and that's, I feel like that's coming back with the Ozempic craze, with the like the buccal fat removal. It's the heroin chic look. Right. It just feels like it always swings back around to this unhealthy relationship with weight and with skinny bodies being viewed as ideal. Has anyone ever said you have really nice eyebrows? They look really good. Thank you. And I am proud to say I do get that often, but I also feel like, all right, I gotta keep up my brows. Gotta keep it going. Can we just live? Why must we be so conscious of our bodies? I know, man. So it's just I don't know. I think the relationship I have now, the relationship I have with my body is, you know, I'm not in the best shape that I've been before, And there's definitely old photos of me where I'm like, God damn, look at those abs. But I'm happy, and it's about me. It's about me not adding another stressor to my life, and that being maintaining a perfect bod. Like, I don't want to limit myself from enjoying the pleasures of life. And to me, food is a pleasure of life. And I try to have a balance, you know, not eat pasta every night at 3 a.m, but also not punish myself for indulging. I need kebab every day. Not punish myself for indulging, and then also, you know, enjoy traveling somewhere and indulging in food. And I'd rather be fat than miserable without good food. I don't care. Sorry. Yeah, I kind of adopted more of that mantra. Like I used to have much more problematic relationship with food. I don't ever think I had a full-blown eating disorder. No, I know I didn't. It was more of just things that, like, oh yeah, everybody has this. Oh yeah, I tried out the whole lemon, the lemon cleanse, stuff like that. Oh, I tried juicing, things like that, even when I was miserable and shitting myself. So it's never been a full-on eating disorder. It was just kind of how, like, a lot of us are here in America, like, an unhealthy relationship with food. Even when we think we're being healthy, and it's really not. But yeah, I got more so in the mindset of I'd rather be a little heavier, have less abs, but be happier. And the thing with when I was in the best shape of my life, when I was in, like, hot girl 23, 24, brand new to LA, it was a constant pressure, and it was a constant thing where I would be angry at myself when I didn't, go to a berries class. Yeah, having it affect my daily life. Every Italian me has disordered eating. It is very rampant. It is hard to recognize because there's a spectrum of eating disorders. Not everything is full blown anorexia or bulimia. It's like just an unhealthy relationship with food, and it goes both ways, right? Eating disorder is not just withholding food or expelling food from your body. It's eating disorder is a spectrum. Am I the one who was happy when I was smaller because it was one less thing to worry about? I'm not. Look, this is my personal experience. This is not at all. This is not me saying that it's one way or the other. It was like too many things for me to be concerned about, and worrying about having a perfect six-pack was one that when I let that go, I was like, oh, okay, actually, I'm better now. I'm good. Like, this is better for me, not having that pressure. But there are, you might feel a different way. As long as you're healthy, your heart and your whole body is running good, who cares how you look? I personally think a little chub on people makes them look way better than being skinny as fuck. I actually saw Sidion post about this on Instagram, where she used to be 100 pounds. She's tall. She's like 5'8". She was 100 pounds, very skinny, and she didn't like being that skinny. And so she's put on, she said she's put on like 50 pounds. She's about 150 pounds now. And she gets comments from people, of course, about putting on the weight, but she's happy with that. Like, she's healthy. She likes having the extra weight. So I think all you can try to do is work towards having a healthy relationship with your body. Whatever that looks like, it's different for all of us. But having a healthy relationship with your body and with yourself and with food. Healthy relationship with food. If I'm wrong, please educate me. What the diet Will does, is it actually safe? Like, the fasting feels like he doesn't fast. No, he's not starving himself. Like I said, I could be completely wrong, but I just want to know the difference. No. He, right now, his diet is eating a lot of chicken. Will is... I'm not even going to get into this. Will always fascinates me. I call it the Will Neff. I like the Will Neff School of Medicine or the Will Neff School of Nutrition. Where I would consider rice as carbs and therefore not like this healthy thing. Not, I'm not saying rice is as bad as eating a Big Mac meal, but I'm like, yeah, it's carbs. But him, rice and chicken is all around healthy. Like, he would see eating rice as like eating vegetables. Like, I don't know how to explain that. And I don't mean like you should cut carbs, that there's no value in eating carbs. He just has his own mindset. His own, the Will Neff School of Medicine. That's what I say. Like, when I'm sick, the things that he'll have me do, it's the Will Neff School of Medicine. He's like, okay, drink this, do that, do this. Speed Razor, thank you for the 10. Whatever works for him. He is healthy. He has a healthy body. He's intense about the gym because of body dysmorphia. That's not so healthy, but his body is healthy. Mindset, not to me what I would consider a healthy mindset, but I just don't have that. It's just not how I am. But he balances out his mental illness with fitness. So maybe it is healthy for him. You know what I mean? We're all different. It's like, all right. But if that's what helps your mental illness, Ziz. I want to start working out again and deal with some of my mental illness. I get it. I've seen a lot of streamers turn to working out to help with mental illness. And I think it's worked. The ones that I've talked to have talked about how it's changed their lives. And in addition to, it's not just the gym, it's not just working out. It's not like the only thing people with mental illness do, but for many it can be a very effective tool and a way to channel said illness and have a focus there. I wish I had the go to the gym brand of mental illness, not the eat fries on the couch brand of mental illness. Yeah. Well, maybe try it. Maybe force yourself, trick yourself to thinking that the go to the gym, going to the gym is going to give you the same results as eating fries. I hope Will never turns into a hardcore gym bro. He is a hardcore gym bro. He has been for years. Will used to do CrossFit. Talk about hardcore gym bro shit. He was a CrossFitter. He done been there. Yeah, he was a CrossFit king. Talk about physical activity that I will never be interested in doing. This point of my life and onward, I can safely say CrossFit does not seem appealing to me. My most toxic quality is I like eating vegetables. I wish I had that toxic quality. Did Will talk about CrossFit all the time? No. He was not one of those CrossFitters. He's not one of those, like, how do you know someone does CrossFit? Well, they'll fucking tell you. They won't shut up about it. He also did CrossFit before we ever met. Like, when he was in his serious CrossFit phase, it was before we met. But he did talk about it. There's also probably me asking questions. Me being like, so why? How? Did you like it? Yeah. He tried doing the vegan thing too. It is cult-like. Yes, it is cult-like. So I should be, I guess looking back on it, I should be grateful that he didn't try to scoop me up, get me into a CrossFit cult, or like that, you know, it was the only thing he ever talked about. Clopez, thank you for the 18 months. I thought Hassan was the himbo. Will is a big time himbo. Big time. Yeah. Has he never talked about CrossFit? Maybe not. I don't know. Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene does do CrossFit. Ugh. I forgot about that. He probably did, but we are your viewers, not his. Oh, that's true. Thank you. Thank you, Goosey Bell. Minor Threat, thank you for the 9 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted to CrossFit Will. Thank you. Okay, y'all. I got a little bit off on a tangent. Sitting here yapping. So let's, before I get too comfortable, just talking about whatever, let's get into looking at what happened with the Spirit Awards last night. Yup. Yep-a-do. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, and then we'll get into that. It was a much appreciated tangent. Look, I do love a tangent, okay? I gotta keep live streaming fresh. You gotta go on tangents when the tangent arises. Easy Ekamoise, thank you for the 2 months. Okay. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Eva, thank you for the 18 months. I swear you just... Does Twitch glitch out? I swear you had your 18-month like a few days ago. Or maybe yesterday. It does do that? Because I notice that sometimes. I'll be like, oh, thank you, so-and-so. Wait a sec, didn't I just do this? Is this deja vu? What's happening here? All right. So, last night were the Spirit Awards. The Spirit Awards are an award show in Hollywood that honor independent film and television. And it was the first award show of the season, which we have now had just about every major award show, save the Oscars. It was the first one that was disrupted by a Palestinian protester. And there were some people who acknowledged it, some people who were acknowledged it in a good way, and then others who acknowledged it in such an asshole way, and then many others who just said nothing. So let me start by showing you this clip. Sorry, I have classic 8,000 tabs open. So you can hear how loud and clear it was. Okay, so okay, I don't want to like break eardrums. Let's sorry. Trying to turn it down. Sorry. Okay. Yes, I could not get the sound button on the clip here to work, so I had to turn it down on my desktop audio. So, as you can, so this guy here who has the megaphone, he was playing a loop. It was a recorded loop, I believe, of what you just heard. And the reason why they couldn't do anything about it is because the Spirit Awards took place on the beach, took place on Santa Monica Beach underneath a tent. And so he had every right to stand there and protest. They could not legally remove him. And I think there were a couple, I want to say there were a couple protesters. It was one main guy, but they couldn't do anything about it because he was exercising his rights. He was in full, his full ability to do so. Hogan, thank you for the gift to Free Palestine. And so you could hear it throughout the award show. And now they're trying, you can see them, they're trying to get the protesters to leave. Protesters are like, I'm not fucking leaving, I'm allowed to be here. They tried to get the protesters to leave. At one point, they took a bus and drove the bus in front of the protester or protesters to try to deafen the sound because it was so loud. But even still, that didn't really work. Yeah, and there was also a clip I wanted to show. Where is it? Is it here? Oh yeah, okay, so this is in it'll show you in the tent. Because it was literally a tent. A very independent award show. It took place under a tent on the beach. You can see the tent, like part of the tent right there. Okay, so here's... See?
So many things. Anyway, it's not often that a TV show comes along and does something completely unprecedented, but
Yeah. So it was very noticeable. Rudidi, thank you for the 5 months. And Snarters, thank you for the 7 months. Yeah. So, anywho, okay. All right. Let me take a look at this. A small but loud cohort of protesters calling for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in the Gaza Strip derailed the Independent Spirit Awards on Sunday, forcing award winners to choose between addressing the group's chants or awkwardly ignoring them. The awards show, which honored the best independent films and television series of 2023, was held inside a massive beachfront tent in Santa Monica, California, which allowed the protesters to have their voices heard on a live stream despite them being physically outside the event. Chants of Free Palestine, Long Live Palestine, and Ceasefire Now could be heard on the broadcast, which was streamed to YouTube by IMBD. Citing sources, The Hollywood Reporter reported that the very audible chants began when actors were being photographed on the red carpet and carried on into showtime. The chants made for some awkward moments on stage while event organizers tried to drown them out by placing a bus between the protesters and the tent. The awards host SNL star A.D. Brown. Oh, hello! Oh, Dad's back. Sorry, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Hi. Oh, he's excited to see you. I know, he's just... Life is terrible when he's alone here with me, so... Hold on, I'm just gonna go give Will a quick hug. That's very astute, nonetheless. I am live right now. Okay. Gotta eat. I'm not gonna do a terribly long stream. All right. We'll catch up once I'm done. What do you mean I haven't? I almost choked on the chicken. I tried to eat the chicken. I almost choked to death. This bitch just goes, sounds like a user error. I made some soup. I made French onion soup. You're gonna have the chicken. Okay. All right. Sounds a skill issue. Yeah, real skill issue there. All right. Anyway, sorry. Will just got back from Austin. He told me he watched Barbie on the flight. He goes, "That movie is bad." I'm like, "Oh, yeah. We're not getting into this right now." I got things to talk about here.
Wait, one question I have to ask.
Okay,
about
all right.
Barbie.
Okay.
One question.
Okay. Here he comes.
Does Greta Gerwig think that straight men like Push by Matchbox 20?
Wait, what do you mean? I haven't seen...
I wanna push you around. Well, I will. Straight men don't listen to that song.
What?
Oh, is that Bush?
I wanna... Stop.
Of straight guys' songs, though, I'd put that in, like, not even the top 10,000.
I would maybe assume straight guys liked that song.
What about, like, if they were doing... If she did Stairway to the Heaven, I'd be like, yes, perfect.
Wait, what part of the movie is that in?
It's the whole second act. They sing that song. It's on the radio. They sing it on the beach. He sings it at the end.
I don't even think I
Caroline,
remember
did you
that.
watch Barbie?
Yes, I saw it in theaters. Drive by Incubus is top 5 straight guy songs.
That's not a bad take.
Okay. All right. Drive by Inc. I don't know. Do I know that song?
I choose water over wine. Take the wheel and drive. Lately I've tried to find a way back.
Yes. Okay. Wait, all right. So if you were to... Fine. Fuck, we're doing... What's your rating out of 10 for Barbie?
Of Barbie? When I was watching Barbie, I experienced the same kind of cognitive dissonance that I would experience as a child when I would watch the Bud Light or Budweiser Clydesdale ads, where I would feel things and I'd go, I'm feeling something, but this is an ad. I'm watching an ad. And then at other times I would cringe and then I'd go, well, the horses are nice. But at the same time, I couldn't ever escape the fact that this is an ad for a fucking heavy beer that's really not that good.
So,
that's my review of Barbie.
That's your review. Did you like I'm Just Ken? I'm just Ken.
Ryan Gosling,
Everywhere
Ken was ironically the only compelling character in the
It's
film.
because he got the best arc and he got the big musical number. He literally got the huge musical number.
Yeah.
It's like one of the best parts of the movie.
Yeah.
He's doing it at the Oscars now. I saw
Ryan
news
Gosling,
that he's
Ryan Gosling was
literally
awesome.
nominated for an Oscar.
That's so funny. That the best part of the Barbie movie was Ken.
Well, he's just Ken. I'm just Ken. Anywhere else I'd be a 10.
Did you see Werner Herzog's review of Barbie?
Yes.
He wasn't wrong.
He did try to, didn't he kind of walk back a little bit? He's like, I was taken out of context. I do. Now that I've seen the whole film, I appreciate what Greta Gerwig did.
Werner felt the pressure from the internet.
Because I remember seeing his comments, but then I remember seeing him be like, I just want to be clear, now I've seen the whole movie and I want to give respect to Greta Gerwig.
Yeah, because Werner Herzog did the oops, I told the truth. That's what he did.
Speaking of the truth, what's your take on streaming being harder than working an oil rig?
I refuse to comment exactly like Werner Herzog.
You don't have any you don't have any opinions on streaming being the hardest job in the literal world? The most difficult thing
Sheer hell.
that one could do.
No.
Still no comment?
I'm going to listen to minority voices. I'm sorry, that's just my go-to political answer. I don't know.
You're going to listen to minority voices?
That's right. Are you disagreeing with me, Caroline?
About listening to minority voices?
Yeah.
I am a minority voice.
Good. I'll listen to you.
Great. Why don't you retweet what I tweeted?
No. I didn't say I would retweet
Why
minority
don't
voices.
you retweet and be
I
like...
said I would listen.
And be like, Caroline was speaking on her personal experience and on no one else's, and I'm going to speak on my personal experience. I'm going to give my 2 cents on my personal experience.
I will listen to your experience. And if I were to retweet it, it would hamper the listening experience.
Oh, would it?
Yes, because then I'd be engaging. As a white man, I just need to listen.
You just need to be muted and listening? Yeah? That's your take. Okay, thank you for being an ally.
You're welcome.
This guy. What would we do without him? Anyway, Kira Ha, thank you for the tier 1. Yes, sir, thank you for the 14 months. Since I probably need to take a moment and just say that when I spoke on streaming, I was speaking on my own experience. In case that wasn't clear, even though I said personally and in my experience. It was about me in comparison to the other jobs that I've done and the differences with streaming, both amazingly so and ones that are beasts that I never have dealt with before. My lived experience. Shocking. And but when I said my personal experience and compared it to other jobs I have worked, what I really meant was every person who's ever lived, now and before, my life is harder than yours. I have a harder job and a harder life. That was what I had meant from my tweet. Clearly. Can't believe you would share personal experience on the... right. But that personal experience was actually me speaking in absolute terms about streaming as a job that is harder in every aspect, especially physically, than every other job out there. Yeah, that was, if you read between the lines, and that was what you took from my tweet, then great. Ding, ding, ding. Everyone else's job is easy but mine. Exactly. Oh, and by the way, I actually wasn't speaking on my experience. I only tweeted that simply to dick ride Hassan Piker. Even though I mentioned my jobs and me and my experience. Oh, no. It was simply me running to Twitter once again to defend my leader, the only person who I think about whenever I give an opinion on anything. It's not really an opinion, actually. It's just Hamasabi defense. That's what it is. Everything I say is simply to bow down to my king and supreme leader. That's the truth. Yep. He was insane. Okay, fuck. I need to move on from this. I did see one comment that was like, maybe if you didn't dick ride for terrorists, it would be better for you. I was like, wow, we're just going full circle on this. We're just full circle. Okay. All right. Anyway, moving back to the Spirit Awards. Look, I just need to take the denims perspective and laugh at it, find it funny. Which in some ways I do. I'm not as strong as her, though. I've got feelings. Okay, so back to the Spirit Awards. This shall make me stronger. Yes. Did you see the Beef season 2 will be starring Charles Melton and Kaylee Spaney, Jake Gyllenhaal, and Anne Hathaway? You know I did. You know I did. Anything to do with Charles Melton, I'm all over that. Okay, so the awards host, SNL star A.D. Bryant, eventually acknowledged the protests and explained that due to the event's location on a public beach, the protesters had a right to be there. Yeah, shocker. To anyone who was like, they aren't allowed to be doing that. Yes, they are. And good on them. We are at the beach and people are practicing their freedom of speech, she said. Others approach the chants outside a tad differently. Let me show you what Jimmy O. Yang had to say about it. Shame on you, Jimmy O. Yang. We Asians do not claim you.
I was afraid the music was going to keep going. But maybe it drowns out the heckler. It's fine. You know, I'm sure you guys hear this heckler outside, right?
Heckler. That's what he's calling someone who is protesting genocide. Calling for a ceasefire. A heckler. Like you're at a comedy show and someone's like, "Boo, you suck. Suck my dick."
I can't really make out what he's saying. Wait. I can't make out what he's saying, but what he doesn't understand is we're a bunch of people making indie films here. We're used to getting yelled at. It's actually comforting for me. This feels like my childhood, you know what I mean? There's some guy in the back of my ear yelling at me. It's great. All right, hang on. Let me do my job. Okay.
So disrespectful.
Let's get this next category, one of my favorite categories. Unlike acting, you actually need a film degree to be a cinematographer. It's a job that combines real technical knowledge and an impeccable artistic vision.
I have a hard time. Okay, look, if I take the most charitable route to this, it's, no one knew what was going on with the protester. So they just thought it was some crazy guy outside. Okay. But I played you the video. You could hear it. They also started doing it when the stars were on the red carpet. Now, I'm not saying that every person there is aware. And in fact, when we get to... Oh, fuck. Where's the speech? God damn it. When we get to... Babak Jalali, who is Iranian and won a Spirit Award for his film Fremont, he was very gracious in what he said. This is what he said. Director Babak Jalali appeared to embrace the protest when he spoke on stage. There are people outside. I don't know what they're saying, but whatever they're saying is probably a lot more important than what I'm about to say. I'm so inspired by what they are saying outside that I can't think about what to say. Variety reported that at times the protesters were louder than the award show itself. It added that some guests left the show early to see what the commotion inside was about. So I don't think that Jimmy O. Yang gets to be let off the hook for this. Because I think people there knew that it was at least a protest. This was not some psycho who was trying to get into the Spirit Awards. So, like, even if you didn't know what they were saying, I don't feel the need to excuse Jimmy here. Because look at Adi Bryant was like, they are here and they're using their freedom of speech. Like, people did acknowledge there was a protest happening. And I think it was probably safe to assume what that was, or you could hear it. You know, a protest is happening. Protest is happening at an award show. This is not the first time Palestinian protesters have gone to Hollywood things. This is the first award show that's been effectively disrupted. But Palestinian protesters showed up outside the iHeartRadio Awards. They've shown up to, they went to like this Grammys. So they have, like, this is happening. This is what's going on. If there's a protest happening in this country, it's fucking about Palestine. So him saying the heckler thing, it feels grossly intentional.
And actors, we love to talk DPs and act like we know what we're talking about. It's like, hey, man, you on a 35? Oh, no, that's a 50? Yeah, I knew it was a 50. What is that, a prime lens or something? We don't know shit. Come on.
Why did they choose the Spirit Awards? Because of the location of the Spirit Awards. The Spirit Awards were taking place on the beach under a tent. So the ability to disrupt, to have the chants be heard was much easier than something like the Golden Globes, where they they would only be able to do that if they were able to get inside the venue where the Globes were held, or like any other awards. But this was literally on the beach in a tent.
Study economics. We get curse on here, right? I mean, this is live streaming on X. I've seen way worse on X. Look, we just want to sound cool, and what's cooler than a cinematographer?
Anyway, all right, so those were, the music could drown out whatever they're saying. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, here is Babak Jalali.
Outside, whatever. Come on, shaky hands. There are people speaking outside. Whatever they're saying, I think is far more important than what I'm about to say.
Right. Like, you might not be able to make out the words. I'm not going to assume that. I wasn't there last night. I did see tweets from people in the tent who, were covering the award show and knew what was going on, whether that's because they could make out the words or because they just knew it was happening. But Babak Jalali knows that it's something important. Like, it is clear. It is clear from, like, the way he addresses it, what Adi Bryant said, and Kelly Reichardt, who I am a little bit, we're going to get to her speech, but I got some feelings on that. But there were multiple people who knew the seriousness of what was happening outside.
They told me I have 1 minute. I will try to be elegant and eloquent. Everyone standing here on this stage has had my back for the past 2 years, and they supported me through this, and I wouldn't be here without them. Carolina Cavalli.
Yes. Also, Aria the Iggy, thank you for the 14 months. Thanks for always talking about the tough stuff. You are light in the darkness to many of us. Well, thank you for being here and part of this community. He is wearing the Artist for Ceasefire pin as well. Yes.
Who wrote the script with me in the beginning, Anaita Walizada, who was the star of the film, Sudhir Shroff, our wonderful producer, Lata, and all the investors here on this stage, Divya, actress, Mahmoud Stricker, the composer, Greg Turkington, our actor, Laura Valadeo, our cinematographer, Rachel Fong, our producer, Laura Wagner, my producer, George Rush, my producer, Chris Martin, my producer, and our other investors who are there, who supported the film, actors who are not here, Jeremy Allen White. I'm so inspired by what they're saying outside, I can't think of what I'm about to say. I would like to thank Federica St. Rose and Florian Zeller. Also, everyone at CAA, Christina Chow, Christine Shu, Nico Gioni and Marissa, everyone at Cinetic who supported the film, Music Box who released the film, and am I missing anything? Yeah, I'm going to get to that. This film was made, I started the film with a dear friend of mine, Marjana Moghimi, who unfortunately passed on to another world 10 days before we wrapped. And she's up there. We are just marionettes, and she's been organizing all this. And ever since Sundance, and thank you, Kim Yutani and John Nine, for having us at Sundance. And she's been there, Marjana above, supporting us, and we wouldn't be without her. I promised her glory. I hope she's watching.
Oh, sorry, that cuts off at the end. But yeah, again, he is wearing an Artist for Ceasefire pin while giving the acceptance speech. Okay, so here is...
Thank you. Great news. I just was notified that they've agreed to do 10 more award shows next week. That's my dad. So embarrassing. By the way, I think, can we agree that this is the best award show of all of them? Right? Thank you.
I'm a big fan of Jim Gaffigan. I've loved Jim Gaffigan's comedy for a long time. Yeah. He had the awful Twitter post too. Yeah. Like, this is not a celebrity who, outside of this, has, in my opinion, stood on morals, is what I'll say. And it's, you can see here,
10 more award shows next week.
This is the effectiveness of that protester. Look, it literally stops him in his tracks because it was disruptive. That was the point. That was the point. And then it's like scrambling to say something, and I don't know, it would have been, to me, it's like, why can't you make a joke? Why is it that if for the celebrities who acknowledge or are afraid to acknowledge a ceasefire or you know, the Palestinian cause on stage, if you're a comedy person, like, why can't you make a joke out of it? Like, if you're going to make a joke in this instance, or, you know, you could have made a lot of jokes that had to do with something that was not diminishing or demeaning the cause for the protest. No, I know he made the joke about it being his dad, but in a way it was like, so, oh my God, that's my crazy dad. Embarrassing. I just feel like a safer route for people to acknowledge something like this on stage is to approach it through humor. Like, that might take some of the pressure off of acknowledging this in this setting when it's like such a huge elephant in the room. It's not even an elephant in the room. You could hear it. I don't know. Good. Like, even if he had just said, "Oh, that's my dad," you know what I mean? Like, "Oh, that's my dad," something like that. But the adding the so embarrassed, you know, it's just, this might seem like something trivial, but just when you put this into context of this whole award show and how little mention of a ceasefire, let alone Palestinians, there has been, and you compare it to the 2 years of nonstop Ukrainian support, it's a very noticeable difference. And it would have been nice to see more celebrities at this award show acknowledge what was happening, because it was disrupting the show. Because you couldn't ignore it like you could at the Globes, at the BAFTAs, at the you know, the choice of the People's Choice, whatever, every other award show thus far. And same with how the Oscars will go. It's going to be the same thing at the Oscars. I doubt that anybody uses the stage, uses a platform to draw attention to Palestine. Surfs TV, first time chat. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Very well said. You know, that's the type of first time chat that we like to see. Although I do love the shut the fuck up, idiot woman. That is my other favorite first time chat. So you could have come in with that. I'll be like, he knows what to do in here. There's a group of people in the entertainment industry that I think would be more likely to be pro-Palestinian, would be the indie crowd. Yes, that is another good point. The indie crowd, not beholden to major studios, not beholden to the powers in Hollywood. You would think the indie crowd would feel less of a pressure to be silent. I would offer that, but I agree with you. Yeah. And I make this point. Not just because the Palestinian cause is very important, and it's important that we use our voices to condemn the U.S. support of, you know, unconditional support of Israel, but because I know how award shows work. I know the history of award shows. I know how often the biggest celebrities in the world have used the stage of a major award show to draw attention to a worthy cause. I didn't have any problem, of course not, with celebrities talking about Ukraine and supporting Ukraine. I support Ukraine. Duh. But it is the contrast between that. And it is why I'm calling this out. At this point in the game, you know what I mean? And I'm not expecting every celebrity, but let me just give you an example here. This is Kelly Reichardt accepting the Robert Altman Award. Robert Altman, most famously known for films like MASH. Robert Altman, who was incredibly anti-establishment and hated Hollywood, and it got him in trouble all the time, and he didn't give a fuck. His anti-war sentiments, this was a guy who served in Nam, his anti-war sentiments got him in trouble too, but he so vehemently despised the bullshit politics of Hollywood. He hated it. Robert Altman passed a long time ago. So there's an award now in his honor. I think he passed in like 2008. He also he said this. Robert Altman would have had a lot to say for sure. The man probably lost his Oscar for Gosford Park because he spoke out against George W. Bush. He was not shy in his dissent of American imperialism. Altman is reported to have said, "When I see an American flag flying, it's a joke." He added that he finds President George W. Bush embarrassing and would be very happy to stay here in England. "There's nothing in America I would miss at all." Conservatives were further enraged by Altman's admission to a British newspaper that he smoked marijuana since having to give up alcohol because of a heart condition. So, Robert Altman, there's the Robert Altman Award at the Spirit Awards, and it honors independent filmmaking. And the person honored this year was Kelly Reichardt. Kelly Reichardt is an amazing auteur. She's an amazing, fiercely independent filmmaker. And you might know her recent film Showing Up with Michelle Williams. You might know the first feature film that Lily Gladstone did, which was Certain Women. So Kelly Reichardt is known for her minimalism, like very, very true minimalism. She focuses on these stories of rural working class folks. She loves to, like, her style is very patient and very still until she focuses on the smallest thing and holds on that. Like, I don't think her films are for everyone. I think there are probably people who would watch it and be like, "Oh, come on, this is slow." But she's a beautiful filmmaker and has always maintained her desire to be an independent filmmaker. She is like Robert Altman in that sense, where she rejects the establishment of Hollywood. She rejects the studio system that stifles artistry and would have limited her in her ability to make films the way she wants to make them. She is not somebody who has a successful independent film and then goes to work for Marvel, goes to do a Marvel film. Kelly Reichardt is someone who would never do that. She's so great other than this for real. Okay, so the reason I'm mentioning this, and let me go to this part. Let me just show you the full thing.
Robert Altman once said, "All of my films deal with the same thing, striving socially and culturally to stay alive." Lizzie, the central character
Hogan, thank you for the gifted to serve.
Showing Up, epitomizes this struggle as she prepares for an art showcase while saddled with a day job, family issues, a wounded pigeon, and a busted water heater. Overwhelmed and underwashed, Lizzie, portrayed by a nearly unrecognizable Michelle Williams, soldiers on creating small ceramic sculptures of women in motion for her showcase. Reichardt takes such care with these scenes that they take on an almost documentary-like quality. I think I took that quality a little too seriously my first week of Certain Women. I think Kelly was a little bit worried about me actually hitting my marks. So thanks for not firing me, Kelly. Realism like this is a constant throughout Showing Up. These performances are subtle and nuanced, the relationships are grounded, and the dialogue is so believable that the viewer can't help but think, oh yeah, I've said that before. This natural style was a trademark of Altman, who, as well, coincidentally, offered this appropriate quote. Making a movie is like chipping away at a stone. You take a piece off here, you take a piece off there, and when you're finished, you have a sculpture. Let's take a look at the latest work from the art of Kelly Reichardt. This is Showing Up.
Robert Altman Award. Showing Up.
Showing Up, I think, is about the highs and lows
Hong
of
Chow,
being an
Dolly
artist,
D.
a modern-day artist.
Well, it's about Lizzie, who's played by Michelle Williams, who's getting ready for an art show. While she's trying to navigate that, she's dealing with a lot of personal issues.
A lot of what the movie is about is everything that happens before you can sit down at a table and get to work.
I have a show too, you know. You're not the only one with a deadline.
I know, but I have 2 shows, which is insane.
The characters are so well drawn, and I loved that it's a movie about artists, but it's not about whether they're a good artist.
The lives of these artists and, you know, professors and students, and I thought that was really cool. Just the simpleness and quaintness of it is what I liked.
And it's striking because
you can still hear the
some
protests.
people may feel
Yeah,
like not a lot is happening, but there's so much rich texture in the relationships and the characters.
What's going on?
I'm making a piece. It's a very major piece. Very major.
He's a genius. You know, with Kelly, my answer before I even read anything is always yes.
I just think every time someone who has never seen a Kelly Reichardt movie, when they're introduced to it, they really see something special, something unique that isn't being done by any other director.
Kelly Reichardt's films really focus on the humanity of people and also like the really small moments. Her films are not big. They are intentionally very small, and it's about these minor moments in somebody's life that are so powerful, though, when you depict it on screen, and you depict it in such a such a beautiful way that it's not about action, it's not about drama, it's not about, you know, this major conflict. It's life, right? And Kelly is someone who there is an urgency in her work as well. Like she is not a filmmaker who shies away from the political, because by showing these lives of working class people and, you know, focusing on rural communities, like that work is political in that sense of showing you know, showing a sect of people in this country who are misunderstood, are not typically seen on, like, their stories wouldn't be seen on film.
Director.
Easy on the cheese. It's for everyone. I don't want to run out.
Cheese is out on the table. You shouldn't put cheese out on the table if you don't want people to eat it.
I don't know what other word to use to describe it other than fun. Yeah.
The world she builds are so small yet so open.
It is my absolute honor to present the Robert Altman Award to my friend, writer and director Kelly Reichardt, writer Jonathan Raymond, casting director Gail Keller, and the ensemble cast of Andre Benjamin, Hong Chow, Judd Hirsch, Heather Lawless, James LeGros, John Magaro, Matt Malloy, Amanda Plummer, Marianne Plunkett, Denzel Rodriguez, and Michelle Williams.
This is Kelly Reichardt's 5th Spirit Award nomination and 2nd win after winning the 2020 Bonnie Award.
Hi. Oh, Lily, you had to bend down to talk to this. Thanks a lot. Gail Keller cast this movie. And we're getting a lot of Bob Altman quotes tonight because I was looking up, I was YouTubing Bob Altman myself last night. And I found a clip of him receiving the Best Director Award at the Golden Globes in 2002. And he said, I don't know what a best director is except someone who stands in the same space with the best actors. They do the work and I get to watch, and nothing is better than that. And yeah. And I've been getting to stand in the same space with Michelle Williams for 2 decades now. And that's been a real highlight.
The vibes are off. Yeah. Yes, they are. They are. But it also, I don't know, it kind of is, the vibes are kind of like how I feel in regards to this award season, where I love film. I love honoring the people who make these films. There are people who are doing such amazing work and, showcase humanity and stories that connect us all and use the medium of film. And it just feels, though, like this disconnect here and this intentional silence in regards to Palestine. Like, how do we look at the world, take stories from the world, turn that into, moving films and television shows, and yet ignore this enormous thing that is happening, that our country bears a responsibility. It's very dystopian. It's messing with my brain. I know. And anyway, here, I'll play this next part.
And all these other beautiful people. Lily ran down all the beautiful actors in this film, and I'm really fortunate to have worked with. And I wanted to mention one more just because it's Bob Altman. We got to work with the great Renee Mboujamois from all the Altman films and 2 of our films. And Showing Up is a story that was dreamt up by Jonathan Raymond, that guy, and produced by Neil Kopp, Anish Subjani, and Vincent Savino, and the beautiful people at A24. And I also want to thank Carolyn Stivitz and Rich Klubeck and Bethany Haynes and our crew. And to be honest, the last time I saw Bob Altman, I think it was in 2003, because they were honoring his entire life. And America was dropping bombs on Iraq at that time, and he was pissed. And I think he'd have, a lot to say, just this weirdness of us being here and celebrating each other and our work, and also,
she's right
life
there.
goes on outside the tent.
Yes.
Yeah, peace.
Yep. Yes, Robert Altman would have something to say because he hated this shit. He hated that, the propping up of each other in Hollywood at these award shows and just playing the safe politics as a way to keep your career. So I don't know. I'm not, it's a complicated feeling. Hold on. I need to close my door. I heard a certain someone's voice on the speakerphone, and I was like, my mic picks up everything. So I think I know what you are calling Will to bitch about. Yeah, our supreme leader. I was like, I'm just going to close that door. Anyway, it's very loud. So what I was saying is it's painful because on the one hand, at least Kelly did what most people didn't do and acknowledge what was happening outside. And in a way where you get the sense that she's like, yep, this is terrible. Peace, everyone. But that she stops there. That of all the people, it's like, Kelly, you are someone who I would think would be a person to not just go, Robert would have had a lot to say about what's going on and how weird it is us being here when there's life happening outside. And so it makes me feel disheartened that someone like Kelly Reichardt, who is so fiercely independent, who has, carved out a career for herself outside of the studio system, who is being honored with the Robert Altman Award, and so deservedly. Absolutely. And, puts so much into her films and focuses on these human stories and these like moments, small moments from life, and creates these worlds. And that she can't even take that step in using the stage to call for a ceasefire. And so it feels like to me, if someone like this can't do that, then no one would do that. Right? Like, no one's going to do that. If Kelly Reichardt being honored with this award, a veteran, like she's out here doing her own thing with her independent films, and it shows that the pressure is so substantial. Yes. Yeah. And we need to, I think it's something where we can't rely on people in the entertainment industry to use these stages to call for attention. And look, I'm not saying that an actor getting up there calling for a ceasefire is going to make Joe Biden do a ceasefire, but it is important. It is important using these platforms because of how important it's been in the past and how effective it's been in the past. Sacheen Littlefeather taking Marlon Brando's place at the 1973 Oscars, going up on stage because he declined his Oscar for The Godfather, and using that time to draw attention to what was happening at Wounded Knee and to talk about the horrible representation of Native Americans in film and how that has contributed to a further dehumanization of Native Americans at large. Like, that was a huge moment because millions of Americans who were watching the Oscars had never been exposed to that perspective. Now, of course, millions of Americans in this country know what's going on in Palestine. It's not actors need to get on stage to tell the people what's going on. We know, and we are against this. We are begging for a ceasefire. But it's just one of those things where I despise the environment in Hollywood being one where you can openly support Ukraine, and that is a safe and applauded thing to do, but not Palestine. It would help sway public opinion, which would put more pressure on Biden. No doubt. No doubt. Do I think one actor? No. But do I think that like actors, big celebrities with some of the biggest platforms in the world, I'm not saying that that's Kelly necessarily, but if a lot of them were calling for a ceasefire, like they were throwing their, support towards Ukraine, or that they were speaking out against George Bush, stuff like that, I do believe that this all can contribute to making a difference. Hold on. Let me just go back again to her N words.
Life.
End words, not N words. End words.
And America was dropping bombs on Iraq at that because they were honoring his entire life. And America was dropping bombs on Iraq at that time, and he was pissed. And I think he'd have, a lot to say, just this weirdness of us being here and celebrating each other and our work, and also, life goes on outside the tent. Peace.
Yeah, and right, like I am happy that she at least said that, is what I want to say. I'm happy her acknowledging, and you can see in her that she's like, this is fucked up. That we're here, that I'm getting this award, that we're all getting awards, that it's award season. A lot of people are getting awards, and this is what's happening outside of this tent. This is what's happening outside of Hollywood, outside our bubble here. You can see she wants to say so much more, but she's gagged. Yeah, I would be so curious as to what her real feelings were here, like what she was experiencing in this moment. People understood what she was implying, especially with the comparison, but she should have said more. Yeah. TBH, it is bad that I'm so used to people not speaking up that this little crumb is me giving her the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, of course. That's how non-existent the public support in Hollywood is for Palestine. For a ceasefire. Not even saying Palestine. Not even saying the words free Palestine. But calling for a ceasefire, like that isn't even happening. But yeah, it's so non-existent. There is no bar, that even getting something like this is huge. Anyway, I saw a lot of tweets like this too. Even if you bend over backwards to give her the most generous benefit of the doubt, her choice to acknowledge the protest without explicitly stating her support for the protesters' cause was cowardly and embarrassing miscalculation at best, shameful complacency at worst. A lot of people being like, Robert Altman would have a lot to say. Yes, he did. So why don't you say it too? Hello from the Producers Guild Awards, the third. Oh, wait. Hold on. I came straight from the indie spirits, and I'm still thinking about the hour-long ceasefire chant that could be heard from just outside the tent. During an award season where many normally vocal artists have stayed silent, the contrast drawn was striking. This is Kyle Buchanan. He's a indie film critic guy, and he is So correct in this. During an award season where many normally vocal artists have stayed silent, the contrast drawn was striking. That is the difference there. Artists who are normally vocal, who have said nothing. Cognitive dissonance is required when atrocities happen during an award season. Hell, there's even a Best Picture nominee about that kind of cognitive dissonance. Yeah. But after, like, it's crazy that Oppenheimer's going to win Best Picture. I don't even know if we've talked about that. Like, how wild it is. Oppenheimer, which has swept this award season, it won at the Producers Guild last night. There's no way Oppenheimer is not winning Best Picture. And then you also have Zone of Interest. Yes. A film like Zone of Interest. Now, I mention Oppenheimer because Oppenheimer is the biggest film this award season and is going to win Best Picture. But looking at the themes of a movie like Oppenheimer, you know, about us making a bomb causing so much destruction upon people, and then a movie like Zone of Interest, you know, looking at the sanitization of evil. And it's really hard to have the cognitive dissonance this time around. But after 2 seasons where Ukraine came up at every award show, it's notable what isn't being talked about now. Yeah, so that's my point here. That's my point with this award season, that I've tried so hard to I've tried so hard to be excited about and do the content on stream and talk about movies that are great and do the thing that I love to do, but I cannot do that without recognizing what is happening here and the difference this award season as a genocide is ongoing. The difference there, you know, with this one and like the previous 2 ones where Ukraine was the center, was the focus. Oppenheimer also deals with a lot of McCarthyism, which, hello, look around at the silencing of pro-Palestine voices. Right. I mean, there's so many parallels. So many. And it's impossible to ignore the elephant in the room. And in this case, in the Spirit Awards, the shouts of ceasefire outside that resonated throughout the tent. "20 years from now, Hollywood will celebrate a movie about the Palestinian genocide and pretend like they were against it while it was happening." Oh yeah. I mean, the whitewashing of our history is nothing new. A lot of people who will pretend like they were on the right side of history. I mean, people fucking did this with the they did this with the Iraq War. I'm sure celebrities who booed Michael Moore at the 2003 Oscars have pretended like they never did that. They're like, what? No, I was always awake to the reality of American imperialism. For the past 2 months, we've heard the 30K number of dead innocent Palestinians, but we haven't been given an update number for so long. Is there a reason or a temporary ceasefire in effect? That would be largely due to the health system collapsing. Yeah. The infrastructure that was in place, the doctors and the other members of the Gazan health system who were tracking the dead. And the murdering of journalists as well. There's a reason that you see less Palestinian content on your timelines, and that's because so many journalists and media workers are dead. That is a sad fact there. When you kill the people who are in charge of are in charge of doing these certain things, then you're not going to get that information like we were getting before so many of those people died. Unlike decades past, however, those people's bad takes are immortalized in bites forever. The whitewashing won't be as effective this time around. True, because there are receipts. That is the difference. You know, people who are saying these things online, sometimes I wonder, I'm like, do people know that they're saying these things online? That they are making these horrific, devoid of any humanity whatsoever comments? All I want this is all I want. I just want Juliana Margulies to be punished for what she said. I hope it's something where, if not now, because it's not the environment that is, she can say those things and not suffer any consequences. But it would be nice if we get to a point and things have turned, not just for the sake of ending the slaughter in Gaza, but so that people like Juliana Margulies have to face consequences for the horrific things that came out of her mouth. Caroline, you're awesome. You guys, what is up with these wholesome, kind first-time chats? What's happening here? What's going on? I just want some retribution. So keep all the receipts and never forget. All right, anything else with the Spirit Awards I wanted to look at? Let me see. You're amazing. No, you guys need to stop. You got to stop. No more. No more, because then I'm going to get used to that. And then when we go back, we have a return to the first time chats being the craziest shit that you've ever heard. I'm going to be thrown off again. Troy Steele, thank you for the 2 months. You're such a light in my life. No, it's you guys. Don't fill my head with these kind words. Okay? I have to get used to the harassment online. I need to be able to handle it. If I fool myself into thinking that everyone is kind and we're on this, we share morals here. Caroline, I've seen you on other streams. You have a wonderful comedian personality. Okay, that's enough, everyone. Come on, I know one of my somebody out there who's shut up, dumb woman. There we go. There it is. Come on, where's the misogyny to balance it out? Come on. Mostly dumb. Thank you for those bits. Oh, my hate watchers. You're getting drowned out. Caroline, you're a loser. Hearts and love. No, I am glad to have so many of you in here who understand what I am saying, understand my feelings with this, feel the same way about this. So I'm not yelling into the void. Unsub, unfollow, unplatform, uninterneted. No, we gotta focus on the good. Yeah, I'm joshing. I'm joshing. The good is what keeps me going. The good is what makes this all worthwhile. I need the good. I need this community of good people. Okay, I think those were the main moments from the Spirit Awards. Oh, you know what? I actually want to watch.
And the Spirit Award goes to...
I actually want to watch Nick Offerman's speech because I loved his speech. It doesn't have to do with what was going on outside, but I think it was this speech where he made the comments about The Last of Us. Your phone is probably dead right now. Probably. I don't even know where it is. Oh, it's right here. No, I've got 4% on my phone. It's not dead. I have a solid 4%.
I ripped it. Nick Offerman, The Last of Us.
Nikia, thank you for the tier 1.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Film Independent. I'm astonished to be in this category, which is bananas. Congrats to all of you. This is crazy. Thanks to HBO for having the guts to participate in this storytelling tradition.
Kiki
that
Cat,
is
thank you
truly
for the prime.
independent, stories with guts, that when homophobic hate comes my way and says, why did you have to make it a gay story? We say, because you ask questions like that, it's not a gay story, it's a love story, you asshole.
Hey, why'd you have to make it gay? Come on, it's an apocalypse. There's an apocalypse going on. Why we gotta do the gay thing? And he's damn straight, because you're asking questions like that. Simply because of you asking a question like that we gonna make the gay story.
So more of that. Neil Druckmann, Craig Mazin wrote this thing. Peter Hoare directed it. Murray Bartlett planted the strawberries, and that is not a euphemism.
It's gonna be gay.
Thank you to my mom and dad and my agents at UTA, but most importantly, my bride, my puzzle coach, and legal property, Megan Mullally. I love you forever. Thank you so much.
Them. Anyway, that's what I wanted to play. I thought it was a great comment there. Really great comment. And I love having Nick Offerman, who is this burly man, and is known for playing the character of Ron Swanson, who cannot be bothered and thinks everybody is an idiot. And he's not wrong. But having him, because of this role that he played and the attention that was on this, because of this being Last of Us, him being forward-facing, being someone who is publicly talking about the beauty of a love story between two men like him and Murray Bartlett in The Last of Us. Getting that bear representation. Yes, he is straight. He's married to Megan Mullally. But I don't know. There's something wonderful about seeing Nick on stage saying, oh, I'm just dealing with all the homophobia now, which is crazy because he's not a gay man, but homophobia from this character that he played, and him saying, yeah, you want to know why we had this love story with the two men? Because of these questions, because of you saying, why did there have to be a gay love story? Like, I love having him in this position of telling guys who probably look like him, telling like homophobic dudes who may look just like him that you're being an idiot. Ron's gone woke. Two older men nonetheless. Yeah, it was gorgeous. It was absolutely gorgeous. A gorgeous episode. A rare representation, especially in the world of queer love stories. Queer love stories still, we've got more of them, but they're still not common. And especially queer love stories like that one, where it was between two older men and there's a lot of chest hair. These are not hot twinks, These are not like smooth chested, tan and skinny, and no, it was two bears, one world ending. Have you seen their live show? I haven't seen their live show. I have listened to their podcast though. It's hilarious and musical. It's delightful. Highly recommend. They are a very delightful couple. People who think Ron Swanson is real are the same people who thought the Colbert Report was supposedly an actual conservative show. It is. All right, what do we want to look at next? Let's take a look at the other thing with the Oscars, I'm not excited because Oppenheimer's going to win everything. There's going to be no surprise here. It's Oppie all the way. And I like surprises. I like upsets. I do. It keeps it interesting. Topical Jon Stewart just posted about Palestine. Wait, is this what we watched?
I am your host, Jon Stewart.
We got John all. Oh, this is from an hour ago. Okay, wait, hold on. I wanted to get to something else. An hour ago. Yeah, Past Lives is going to swoop in for Best Picture. All right, so I saw this. We talked about Wendy Williams on Saturday. The Wendy Williams documentary that seems very exploitative, because it is. Wendy Williams, who was diagnosed with aphasia and frontal temporal dementia. It is the same thing that Bruce Willis has. There is no treatment. It gets worse and worse and worse. It's incredibly debilitating. It's a very tragic disease to have. Wendy Williams doc producers. If we'd known she had dementia, no one would have rolled a camera. Sure, Jan. Okay. The producers of Lifetime's Where's Wendy Williams discussed the making of the unsettling doc and what they learned and grew increasingly infuriated about along the way. It's also something where you didn't have to know she had dementia to know that something was very wrong here. Like, there are points in the documentary she doesn't know that her show was canceled. Hello? You don't have to have a formal diagnosis to understand that something is wrong here and that you shouldn't be rolling the cameras. She doesn't know where she is, doesn't know her show is canceled. No. At a certain point, says Where's Wendy Williams producer Mark Ford, We were more worried about what could happen if we stopped filmmaking than if we continued. Okay. So for the better part of a year, his cameras kept rolling, documenting the increasingly fragile state that the former television talk show host had found herself in, as she alternately craved family, her former TV platform, and an excessive amount of alcohol, all while struggling to remain coherent. What ultimately came of that footage is a raw, devastating 4+ hour documentary, which aired on Lifetime over 2 nights this past weekend. Williams, her son Kevin Hunter Jr., and her jeweler turned manager, William Selby, are all credited as executive producers. This smells like bullshit. We were more worried about what would happen if we stopped filming than if we continued. Wow. So noble. Nevertheless, the E1 and Creature Films project asks more questions than it answers, including what exactly was going on with Williams, and why a court-ordered guardian has largely cut her off from her family. Though the latter remains a mystery to the project's producers to this day, a press release on behalf of Williams and her current care team was sent out just ahead of the documentary, revealing that the former shock jock and TV host of 12 years had been diagnosed with primary progressive aphasia and frontotemporal dementia, which impacts language, communication behavior, and cognitive function. 2 days before Where is Wendy Williams was set to debut, Williams' guardian, whose identity is redacted throughout the doc, filed a lawsuit against Lifetime's parent company trying to block the network from airing the 2-night documentary event. A judge dismissed the request, however, citing the First Amendment. So it aired as planned, with Selby and key members of Williams' family screening all 4 hours with producers beforehand. To their knowledge, Williams, who is said to be in an undisclosed facility where her cognitive issues are allegedly being treated, has yet to see it herself. Don't love this either. Wendy Williams hasn't even seen the goddamn doc. What? Now that the doc has aired in its entirety, Ford, along with executive producer Erica Hansen and Lifetime's Brie Miranda Bryant, agreed to hop on a Zoom to discuss the rocky road to completion, including the times they felt were neither appropriate nor safe to keep filming, and the larger purpose they hoped that the film serves, even if it wasn't their intention going in. I'm going to skip through some of this. As we filmed, it became evident that this really wasn't going to be a career comeback story, that this was going to be a deeper story, and that there was something ultimately disturbing going on in Wendy's life. Yeah, she's very sick. She's very sick, and she is an alcoholic and is being enabled. Were you questioning whether she was ready for this? 100%. All right, this is so far not making you guys look good. I just want to be clear about that. If y'all thought that this was going to give you an out, I don't think it is. Basically, the story that was given to us after that day is that it was a very bad day for Wendy and that alcohol had been involved, and now she was going away to a treatment facility and she was going to get that under control, but that it should in no way inhibit us from moving forward. And when we did come back, she was better. She was sober and on a better trajectory, and there were conversations and plans for the podcast. There were people being put in place to produce the podcast. That was a storyline that we were following, but it was derailed because of what we now know was the state of Wendy's dementia. The cameras began rolling in August 2022. Earlier that spring, Wendy had given a series of erratic interviews teasing her next act. Presumably you watched those? I guess I'm just trying to determine the calculation you made that this woman could be ready for a comeback. Good question. It was tough every single day, and there were conversations that we had, all of us, throughout the documentary. And there was no guarantee we would air this documentary if we weren't happy with the content that we ultimately got. Okay, that is now very sus. Them saying we weren't going to air the documentary if we weren't happy with the content that we got. Oh, they were happy with it because it was exploitative and salacious. So it wasn't we weren't going to air this if we felt like it was exploiting Wendy. It was we are airing. Also, by the way, Her diagnoses of aphasia and FTD came out before the documentary aired. Let's just remember that timeline there. Prim, thank you for the 7 months. I am just Luca. Thank you for the 8 months. And this is supposed to make them look better. That's what I'm saying. This in no way makes them look better. This makes them look worse. We just happen to be there every day seeing the reality of this situation, and we just put the camera on it and captured it. There was no intention. Bree was very supportive throughout. Bree is the niece. Because we needed to just let this documentary unfold and see where it went. I think we're very transparent about our producer's confusion. We're asking all these questions that everyone has all the way through. We don't know this manager, it's a new manager. We don't know this publicist, it's a new publicist. The Guardian won't speak to us. And so we're constantly just trying to push forward and get the information as filmmakers. Like, what is actually going on here? And by the way, Wendy loved it when the cameras came to the door. It gave her reason to get up in the morning. I think you see that. Of course, we're human beings. There were incredibly bad days, and there's a lot of footage we shot that no one will ever see. But we felt like it was important to illustrate the difficult process that Wendy and her family were going through, and frankly, that can happen to someone. What can happen to someone if they're under the care of a guardian? Yeah, this is... It sucks. I feel like I don't even want. I was gonna watch the documentary, and now I'm like, no, I'm not even gonna watch it. From what I saw, and knowing what was going on as this was made, like, nah, I'm not even gonna give Lifetime my money and watch it. Like, I think I'll just be angrier. The day before the series release, Wendy's guardian sued Lifetime's parent company to try to stop the doc from airing. How concerned were you that she'd be successful and that you wouldn't be able to air it? It was a lot of drama at the end. All I can say is it took us all by surprise. And ultimately, it's a First Amendment issue. Nobody should have the power to quash Wendy's voice and her family's voice. Thankfully, the courts understood that that was the most important thing, and the free press won out here. All right, that's enough of that. That's... If we'd known she had dementia, no one would have rolled a camera. All right. All right. Well, you did. And it was clear that Wendy was not okay. She was not of sound mind. Especially as filming progressed. The clips are brutal. Oh yeah, here's an example.
I'm so serious. And I think I'm gonna be back and forth from New York, so I'm gonna be coming to see you more.
My real name is Wendy Hunter.
Like,
Hunter.
Really? Really? The producers didn't know something was going on here? That meant they should not be doing this?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm divorced.
Yes.
He's got no money.
I'm so serious.
I'm no big city doctor, but I think I can safely assess that she is having serious cognitive abilities.
I think I'm gonna be back and forth from New York, so I'm gonna be coming to see you more.
And also how sick she looks.
My real name is Wendy Hunter.
Hunter.
I agree with you about feeling angrier, but I think you have a unique perspective on the industry, its practices. If you do watch it, maybe think about making a YouTube video addressing it to inform others. Oh, true. Yeah. I guess I never really think about it that way, because usually my YouTube videos are just cut from... Well, no, they're always cut from my stream content, but... Oh, yeah. Okay. That's an interesting idea.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm divorced.
Yeah, this reminds me of my grandfather. I think a lot of us have someone in our family who probably has dementia or is, undiagnosed dementia. And we even if you don't, like, you can recognize that Wendy is her cognitive functions are severely failing. Doesn't even know her own brother, and they just kept rolling. So sorry, let me turn this down.
Kevin, I'm so glad you're here. Really? Really? Yes. I know you are. I know you are. I couldn't wait to see you. So, Kevin, I'm so glad you're here. Really?
Yep, that is evil shit by these producers. Nice try. Nice try on trying to do some good PR for yourselves. I don't like Wendy in the slightest, but holy shit, this is gross to produce. Yeah. Absolutely. Man. Why are we documenting Wendy Williams' dementia? Right. That's a good point. You can see her father and her brother's heart sink. Yeah, it's really depressing. It's really, really depressing to watch. I wanted to watch this.
Ban that's since been lifted, as proven by Oshka Farhadi.
Why does YouTube do this? I'm so sorry. Why does this happen where the volume is on full blast? I don't know. I don't understand. Why? Why? It is not safe to start playing a video on YouTube to wake us up. Is there an extension for that? I despise it. I don't know how you can legally consent to being filmed like that if you're not able to sign legally binding agreements. You can't fully consent because you are not of sound mind. I love, I'm not ready to watch Jimmy Fallon. I love how everyone just confuses the Jimmys. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. That is Jimmy Kimmel. I did want to play this video. I forgot to play this. This is a history of Oscar speeches as political protest. This was in regards to, I forgot I had some videos pulled here. This is in regards to the last subject that we were covering.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're more than 2 hours into the show and Donald Trump hasn't tweeted at us once. And I'm starting to get worried about him.
While the Oscar podium is intended to be a place to accept an award, it's become less
humor.
about thanking the Academy and more about raising awareness.
Right.
With protests building over a tense political climate, the question was never, will there be a political statement, but how many political statements will be made?
Yep.
With an average of nearly 40 million viewers tuning in, it's definitely a powerful platform. Award season in Hollywood opens the floodgates to some pretty hefty controversy.
We need the principled press to hold power to account, to call them on the carpet for every outrage.
Climate change is real. It is happening right now. Let us not take this planet for granted. I do not take tonight for granted. Thank you so very much.
But the Academy wasn't always quite so accepting of a politicized stage.
Hello.
One of the most explicit and memorable moments is when Marlon Brando openly boycotted the Oscars in 1973. He sent Native American activist Sacheen Littlefeather in his place. The audience was split. She was met with some applause and a few boos. And the Academy responded by banning recipients from sending proxies to the microphone. Ban that's since been lifted, as proven by Oshka Farhadi.
I'm sorry I'm not with you tonight. My absence is out of respect for the people of my country and those of other 6 nations whom have been disrespected by the inhumane law that bans entry of immigrants to the U.S.
By 1978, Patty Chayefsky called for nominees and winners to stop politicizing Hollywood.
Personal opinion, of course, that I'm sick and tired of people exploiting the occasion of the Academy Awards.
Isn't that funny? Because that attitude, that mindset doesn't even make sense. Film is political. Like, how are you going to honor the work of filmmakers, of actors, of people who've worked hard on bringing stories to life using the medium of film, and pretend like you cannot bring politics into the award show, honoring films, many of which have all of which have politics in one way or another, whether overt or not overt. Everything is political, right? Everything is political. Art in general is political. Yeah, of course. So this notion of leaving the political out of the award shows, honoring these filmmakers and these creators, is nonsensical.
But 15 years later, presenter Richard Gere openly criticized Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping while presenting an award for the best art direction. Then shortly after, Susan Sarandon and Tim Robbins opened with another rallying cry.
Governing officials in Washington.
Susan!
To admit that HIV is not a crime.
Gil Cates was furious. And
man, she has always been a real one. Susan Sarandon
called all 3 presenters distasteful and dishonest. From there, presenters quieted down, but by 2002, when Halle Berry became the first woman of color to win the Best Actress Oscar, she wasted no time pointing out the historical significance of the moment.
Nameless, faceless woman of color that now has a chance because his door tonight has been opened.
Yeah, and how sad after that speech, it took 21 years for Michelle Yeoh to be the second woman of color to win the Best Actress award. 21 years.
This goes on.
We have a man sending us to war.
Landing on one of the most politicized Academy Award shows of all time.
Here at the Academy Awards, otherwise known as the White People's Choice Awards.
There was once a time where we looked to Hollywood for pristine entertainment. It was a place to live fictitiously. Even now, we see politicians and personalities crying out for Hollywood to shut up and dance, claiming they shouldn't get involved in politics. While we have the tendency to disconnect ourselves from stars, they're still citizens.
This goes out to all those black and brown boys and girls and non-gender conforming who don't see themselves. We're trying to show you and us. So thank you. This is for you.
Yeah, Hattie McDaniel
really
was
large
supporting.
microphone.
If everyone could just stand up and remind them that we all care, that this war ends as quickly as possible.
Yeah, just a little video that was demonstrates what I was saying about the history of award shows, and specifically the Oscars, which is the biggest stage, Hattie wasn't even allowed in the same room as the main event. Yeah, I think, did I cover that Oscar controversy on screen? It was Clark Gable who had to fight for her to be allowed into the Oscars. They were not going to let her in. And they finally agreed, but she had to sit all the way in the back, away from the white actors. I don't think so, but you've made... I swear I did. I swear I covered this. Anyway. Yeah, Hattie McDaniel. Oh, yes, remember? Because I was like, the Oscar... Hattie McDaniel's Oscar was lost. There was like this, controversy around what the hell happened to the Oscar. Anyhow, yeah, so it was only because of Clark Gable a white man, that Hattie was even allowed to the Oscars. And she won. She ended up winning that Oscar. Isn't that wild? There was a time that a black person who won a fucking Academy Award was not going to be allowed at the ceremony. And then when they were allowed, they weren't allowed to sit with their fellow actors. As an Indigenous woman, I can't help but think Leo's our white savior now. No, he definitely is. I mean, I talked about this where I have criticized Leo DiCaprio a lot to criticize him on. But one thing that I have lauded him for is using his position in Hollywood to help Lily Gladstone. He has been very intentional in appearing with her on red carpets, in talking about her during interviews, in putting so much of the spotlight on her, which has been helpful during award season and this ongoing nonstop PR press circuit in gaining, in getting the momentum and traction that's needed to get nominated for something like an Oscar. Yeah, no, he has been doing that because he knows how helpful it will be for her and for her Oscar chances to use his star power to elevate hers. As another Indigenous woman, I'll take it, Yeah. Exactly. Look, I had Will Neff do that for me as a streamer. Gotta use these white men when we can. Love him for his environmental work as well. Yeah. He's done a lot of great environmental work. Okay, what else did I have on here? So I have this video, Nowhere to Go, the loss of third places. This is what I talked about at the beginning of stream. We can do that, or we can do what I've been talking about for a long time and finally watch an episode of Taskmaster, which I've never seen. If just letting you guys know, I'm probably doing a short stream tonight. Also, Will took my controller, his controller, so I can't game because I still haven't gotten a cord. So there's also the Jon Stewart video, which if we don't watch it, we're gonna watch this tomorrow. So we've got Jon Stewart, Taskmaster, or this video on the loss of third places. I'm gonna let you guys decide. Mention too that I was listening to. I very rarely tune into Pod Save anymore. The Pod Johns, but I watched Mehdi Hassan on Pod Save with Tommy Viador. Tommy is the most palatable to me, I would say. Tommy is the one who I think is like makes me want to rip my hair out the least amount. So, anywho, one thing that I appreciated. Wait, that is the smoke detector dying again. One thing I appreciated was Tommy said, you can't kill all of Hamas because Hamas is an idea. Which, yeah, that is what we have been saying. There is no wiping out Hamas and then, oh, job's done. All right, Palestinians, you're good to go. No, Hamas is an idea, and there will just always be Hamas 2, Hamas 3, as long as the occupation and control of Palestinian life continues.
Doesn't that just make more
Have I considered replacing... Right, see? Exactly.
Is that the plural of Hamas?
Have I considered replacing the batteries? No. Thank God we're finally getting people to say these things. You know, Jon Stewart, Tommy Viador, whoever it is. Finally, they are acknowledging the absurdity and just the impossibility of wiping out Hamas and being able to do so, it's just in the first place, but without killing like all disingenuous garbage is where I got pissed. I was waiting for that. I don't think the points being made here are very good ones. I think like the hampering on especially Egypt. Well, why don't you take because that's what you hear a lot of Zionists say. Oh yeah, well, why aren't you guys blaming Egypt? They're not taking the Palestinian refugees. It's like, well, do you understand that you are talking about you're talking about something that should not be the solution here? Why is the focus on Egypt not taking refugees and rather on there not being refugees in the first place? Like, why do we understand that we have we're looking at we're looking at something here that is not the most important thing in this equation. Like, there's the Palestinians are refugees multiple times over at this point, and the reason why, there are tens of thousands of Palestinians who didn't leave the north was because of that trauma of being displaced for 75 years and wanting to die instead in their homes, or just face what was going to come their way, for fear of never getting to even return to those homes that they had been displaced to. Anyway.
The status quo cycle of provocation.
Horses have been in the conversation a lot lately, mostly in ways that I never would have wanted. This is the safe liberal way of approaching things. Is you both sides it, okay? There's bad on both sides, and Israel's got to stop bombing. Hamas has to stop doing what they're doing. Got to release the hostages. They've got to live side by side. The neighboring Arab countries have to ensure a peace there. And we will, we'll be able to solve this conflict. It's like, that's what's so laughable about how angry libs got at Jon Stewart and calling him this radical. John's not a radical. maybe 15 years ago that was the case because of the political climate, but he has the same politics. Like he is a very deeply entrenched liberal. Yeah, but it's also no surprise at all. And that's why when the news of Jon Stewart returning to The Daily Show was announced, I was like, yeah, I mean, I don't really look to late night comedy shows and you know what the politics of late night comedy shows as something that I think is going to be at all reflective of my politics. I didn't think it would really be anything different than this. It still is disappointing. And the episode of him criticizing Biden and how he started off the segment, I was like, oh, okay. But like I said last time, it's not that Jon Stewart has changed. Jon Stewart has stayed the same. It's that things have shifted to the right for Democrats and for Republicans. Like we've gone boop. And then people who were, you know, former liberals like myself have shifted to the left, gone way more left. John Oliver's deaf better than him now. I agree. I think John Oliver is my favorite of all the talk show or late night comedians who do politics, because I just think that he does better coverage, and I like the format of his show. And I like too that as a Brit, he's able to like step back and understand, and he's gotten better as well. Yeah, he's gotten better. But he can see the imperialism at play as both a Brit and as you know, a non-American who lives in America. John Oliver being a Brit is kind of a big part of it. Left-wing politics in the UK looks different than in the US. Yeah, true. Anyway, all right. Well, I'm glad we're going to watch Taskmaster, because that would have been kind of disappointing to end with. That video there. You just cannot talk of any solutions in regards to Israel and Palestine, of what is actually going to ensure a safe and free future for Palestinians, until you discuss an end to the apartheid and to the occupation, to the ethnic cleansing. Like, that's it. That's all. You can't talk about, you know, oh, you guys stop this, you guys stop that, we'll have 2 states. Will, you know, the neighboring Arab countries will agree to a peace coalition. Yeah, that doesn't fucking work, because one side is still occupied. That needs to end. It's not the bombs now being dropped that's the only problem here. The bombs have been dropping long before October 7th. And like no mention of the settlements, nothing like that. Anyway, all right, whatever. Oliver at least mentioned modern Hamas was funded by Israel, and that Israel is ran by genocidal far-right people. Yeah. Bar is very low. I don't mean like, yeah, no. But bar is low. That, something like that. It's like, yay, at least you mentioned that. I'm an Israeli and an anti-Zionist. Free Palestine. Thank you for spreading the word for peace. You got it. Thanks for being a part of this community. Okay, so where should I start with Taskmaster? I've never watched this show. Is there like an episode in particular that's a must-watch episode. My Taskmaster people. Okay, first season, British version, season 1. Let's see. Maybe it's a show that doesn't even matter. Where I start? Is this the British version? Are you familiar with any of the... No, I don't know anything about this show. I know nothing. I know nothing, Jon Snow. Not defending Jon because the whole segment was awful, but I think he was trying to do both sides aren't leaving. They're not going to live with one another together. So what's the solution with these grounds? No, I know... I know that. I think it was... I think the frustration comes... As I'm sure you agree.
Carolina Quinn, please save will has almost becoming at Canute Lowell facts.
Kill Screen, thank you for the 7 months. I think the frustration comes from him both siding or coming across as both siding the violence and omitting the parts of this conflict that are very important. Very important, very necessary to acknowledge and to understand. But anyway. Okay, this first link. All right, let's go. Okay. Never watched this show before, but I know a lot of you guys love it. And I know Ludwig is doing some kind of Taskmaster Twitch show or YouTube show. Oh, that makes fucking sense. I thought these were normal people. They're comedians? Okay. It's going to be like... I thought it was going to be like the Japanese show on Netflix that has the little kids and they send them out to do tasks. It's like you have to go to the, you go to the store and get all these items. I thought that it was going to be just like that. Or Amazing Race kind of style. Like I thought it would be like really more intensive, not going to the grocery store or something like that, but like how that's a hard task for the kids, for the Japanese children. I thought there would be an equivalent for the adults on this show. This is a total nothing to do with the show, but to do with watermelons. Years and years and years ago, this is when I was in high school, going to high school in Iowa. Justin Bieber was in the Quad Cities, where I went to high school, for a he was doing a concert. And this is when he was, I don't know, it was like 15. He was in his Biebs phase. And he got in trouble because he went to Walmart and bought a bunch of watermelons and threw them in the parking lot. He did exactly this. Took these watermelons and was just throwing them to the pavement. Yep, it was the most exciting thing that had happened in the Quad Cities in a minute. But why? I don't know. There's a lot of things that the Biebs used to do back in the day that nobody knows. Watching this show, and I'm like, there are so many ideas already. I mean, there's been 2, but for stream. Like, this is a show that is perfect for yoinking ideas for stream. I enjoyed that even more than I thought I would, because I didn't know that this is what Taskmaster was. It was so fun. I deeply, deeply enjoyed that. It gets better and better. The most recent season was my favorite yet. Wait, how do they have 16 seasons? Oh, wait. Because there's a British and an American version? Because this is from 2015, right? Hogan, thank you for the gifted attachment. It is a good change from the Gordon content. You know what? It's a good change from most of the React content I've done that so much of the reacts come from I can't believe how horrible these people are versus me just genuinely laughing out loud throughout the entire show. In my head, I was like, this isn't me probably being a great reactor, but I I'm just laughing because this is goofy and silly, and I love this. The American version is hot garbage. Why is the American... Why? Why is that always the case? Not always the case. Often the case. So much so that it's actually maybe worth a watch. I discovered Taskmaster during pandemic lockdown. It was so fun to binge. Yeah. I am... You know what? This is a reason. I'm reason number 5,000. I am glad for Stream because I don't know if I would have watched this show otherwise. I don't know if I ever would have watched Taskmaster, and this show is delightful. It is very delightful. We are not going to watch another episode tonight because my vocals are tired from talking from the moment I got up to it's now 11 o'clock at night, so I don't got much left in me. But I'll be back tomorrow and we'll watch another one tomorrow. I wish I could do some gaming. It is the hardest job ever. Look. Hardest job, you know. I would rather be a blind Sherpa who has to support 12 children and must perilously climb Mount Everest with the risk of death being high. I would prefer that. That would be so much easier. Appreciate your honesty. You know how I do it here. Always honest here with you guys. Anyway, sorry for no Elden Ring. Will is still using the cord, and I don't want to yank it for him because it is his cord. I need to get my own. Cord so I don't run into this problem, and I need to get it so I don't keep saying I need to get my own cord. Anywho, all right, I'm gonna send you guys over to let's see. I'm gonna send you to Carter. Send it right over to Carter. Rich LA streamer getting a second controller. Yeah, who's gonna stop this bitch? Who is gonna stop this bitch? I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you Wednesday, and then I'm going out of town. So I just like to give ample heads up so people aren't like, where is she? So now you know, again, that I'll be gone Thursday. So we got 2 streams till then. What else can I say? Free Palestine. You know how how it goes. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to one another. Try not to engage with comments online. I don't know. Life is too short to be this cruel. So I hope to bring you joy every day, and I get that in return. So thank you. Hearts, y'all. Okay, I'm sending you to Carter. Have a good rest of your night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.